No. So we were expecting 6 this evening, 6 members from the commission, including the chair. We're going to give them a minute or two. We might give calls. We apologize for the delay in the meeting, but hopefully we'll get started very soon. So, and Vernita confirmed she'd be coming. I've been talking to Mike all week. Yeah. Yeah. And we just need one more to begin the meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I have to apologize for being a little late. Okay, with that, given that we have a quorum, shall we call our meeting to order?
Let's do it.
Okay. Next item is roll call.
Commissioner Henley,
Present.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Present.
Commissioner Shepard,
Present.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Present.
Commissioner Northcross.
Present.
Commissioner Duval will be here in about 10 minutes, and then the chair Parlov gives her regrets that she's unfortunately out of town traveling for work and cannot make it this evening. So,
Do we have any official communications?
we have no official communications this evening. Just a reminder, though, for the meeting, if we can get a recap of who does a motion in a second afterwards, that would help staff out. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, given our agenda, do we have any amendments, changes to the agenda?
We do not have any amendments from staff.
And this was the agenda that was posted.
This includes the M1 concourse as item that was published 24 hours in advance of the meeting, but it includes M1 concourse at 9D. So we don't need to amend the agenda because it's already on there.
Great. Hearing that, do we have any amendments or changes to the agenda? Maybe I should poll each member individually. Is that necessary? No. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay. We have
Motion by Sinclair.
motion by Sinclair and second by Henley to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let us have a roll call. Take the vote.
Commissioner Henley,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve. Minutes that were sent out very late for our meeting of November the 1st. Do we have any changes? Any corrections?
I do. Under 50606 Woodward, if you could make reference to the request of the applicant for the number of interior parking spots.
Could you repeat that?
50606 Woodward. I think several of us inquired about the number of interior parking spots with regard to the parking requirement.
Okay.
And the second item is under 148 Howard. It makes reference to, I'm sorry, I marked it up and I can't find it now. I believe it made reference to Harrison Street, and it actually is Howard.
I can go through, I'll Control F and find Harrison, fix
It's in
that.
the, I'm sorry, it's not in the meeting minutes, it's in the, yeah, the executive summary for the rezoning tonight. I
Okay.
apologize. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Chair Northcross?
Yes.
I have two minor items. Under public comment, it documents that Deirdre Waterman spoke. The spelling of Deirdre's first name is D-E-I versus what is written as D-I-E for the initial part of her first name. And then under, I believe it would be staff communications, accessory dwelling unit discussion on the last page. Most instances of my last name, and I'm sorry it's a unique one, most instances, my last name is spelled correctly, but under that area, it's missing an N. So let's throw it in there with two N's, so that way it's like the Guinness Beer or Broker World Records with an MC in front of it.
Okay. And that is under public comment.
The public comment was for the Deirdre Waterman name spelling correction, and then under staff communications, accessory dwelling unit discussion on the last page. That's where that's the McGinnis IC that is missing an N. I saw no other instances of the last name being incorrect for me.
Okay.
Staff thanks both commission members for bringing those items up.
I spoke too soon on the page 3, under 148 East Howard in the minutes. It shows Commissioner McGinnis entered the meeting at 7:20 p.m. and McGinnis with two N's. And I'm sorry for my tardiness that night.
And do we have any other changes to the minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes with the necessary corrections that have been set forth.
Motion to approve the minutes with the changes noted.
Okay. Commissioner Henley has set out a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Support, Sinclair.
And Commissioner Sinclair. Having a second, any further discussion? Okay, with that, let us take a roll call and vote on the minutes.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to approve?
Commissioner Henley,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve. Okay. Do we have any special presentations? We're now at item 6.
Staff has none.
Okay. That takes us to public hearings. Now, for our public hearings, we're going to have first just a presentation of the items that's up for public hearing. We'll poll the commissioners if they have any questions before going into the public hearing. Then we'll go into the public hearing and actually have the presentations of what we're actually looking for. And then we'll open that up to the public. Now, when we open it up to the public for any comments after the presentations and everything has been made, you'll have 3 minutes. Please step forward to that podium that's right there in the center. You should see a little red indicator if the mic is on. If not, there's a button that you can hit to turn that red indicator on. Give your name, your address, and then your comments, and you'll have 3 minutes to do that. Now, we will not answer any questions. We will record those questions, but we will not answer any questions. Okay? And then we'll close out our public hearing. We do want your comments, though, if you have them. Comments, questions, and concerns, if you have them. So having gone through all that, let's give that a try. With item number 7, item A, we're going to start off with the applicant ZMA 23-013. This is a zoning map amendment. The applicant is Nathan Stevenson, and this is for 148 East Howard Street. And the request is to rezone from R2 two-family dwelling to P1 parking, and rezone from R2 two-family dwelling to C1 local business. Having said that, I'll open it up for...
All right, thank you very much. All right, so as our chair was saying, today's case is a rezoning request, R2 to C1 and P1. The request is for 4 parcels, 2 on the south side of East Howard Street and 2 on the north side of East Howard Street. The south side parcel is proposed to be rezoned to C1, and the ones on the north side proposed to be rezoned to P1. So this is the process. Today is the public hearing. This was postponed from our November meeting, so everything that got pushed back a month, but today is the public hearing, December 6th. If the commission acts on this case tonight, the next step is that it will go to City Council for first reading and then a final reading. So this is the zoning map giving you an idea of where the parcel is located relative to other parcels and their zoning districts. You can see it's nestled in this neighborhood right here that's overwhelmingly zoned R2 residential. There is C1 commercial zoning up here and a little bit down here. But most of the zoning in the area is this R2. When it gets a little paler, that's R1 single family. Despite what the zoning is, historically, the property right here, this one at the intersection, has been used for a commercial use. So this is a street view taken from Google Street View in August 2018, showing the property in question. There has since been a fire on the property necessitating rebuilding, and in order to rebuild, the applicant has to come into compliance with the zoning ordinance, and unfortunately that means that they can't do any commercial activity on site because the zoning ordinance lists this as R2. So this is why they're coming forward with the request today. This is the north side of East Howard Street. You can see it's undeveloped, it's green space. This is where the applicant is proposing to place parking. If you'll recall from last month, that was the kind of hiccup that delayed discussion. Was when we looked at the site plan, we were trying to figure out where we could fit all the parking for the proposed business on site. So they are proposing to place it on the north side of East Howard Street. So again, the request is to rezone 4 parcels. The applicant's property experienced a fire, and that necessitates building a new structure. Because of this fire, the property lost its grandfathered status and needs to come into compliance, and the applicant has not come forward with any conditions. Perry Street is a mixed-use corridor with several different uses ranging from C1 to C3 to R1 to R2. The property was intended for the barber shop, has historically been used for commercial despite having the R2 zoning. The other parcels on the north side historically were used for residential. This is the concept layout provided by the applicant. Again, this isn't a site plan review, but this gives you an idea of what the applicant is proposing. So this is the intersection of Perry and East Howard Street. The applicant is proposing parking right here at the intersection with the building pushed back and on the adjacent parcel, and then we have more parking provided across the street. The C1 zoning district is a mixed-use district intended to accommodate housing units for smaller households and to provide services that cater to the needs of the surrounding residential neighborhood. I'm not going to read all of them, but the general idea is the uses that are permitted by right are neighborhood-type businesses that service the immediate residents, so things like bakeries, banks, bars, business services, childcare, small event centers, private clubs, religious institutions, small retail. And then by special land use or special exception, they could also be allowed multifamily apartments, townhouses, automobile services, bed and breakfasts, medical clinics, pawn shops, large places of assembly, retail sales, workshops, cemeteries, community service facilities, parking lots, colleges, large indoor recreation, and greenhouses. In the P1 zoning district, the only use permitted is parking with some specific requirements that I've outlined right here. But the gist is that it can only be used for parking. And so this was actually a recommendation that came from Commissioner Sinclair, I believe, that instead of going with a commercial district on the north side of Howard Street, to go with a P1 district, because that way the neighboring residents can be assured that the property won't be redeveloped for any more obnoxious use, such as a bar. So here are the 10 standards for approval. I'm not going to read all of them, you're familiar, but you have to base your decision off these standards. And then in terms of staff's analysis, the site has operated as a commercial property for as long as the city has records on the parcel. Approval of this rezoning is necessary if the property is to be redeveloped. There are many properties along Perry Street that are zoned commercial. The requested district is the least change necessary to achieve the applicant's goals for redevelopment, and it would not be appropriate to amend the R2 zoning district to allow personal service establishments. A rezoning is more reasonable. And with that, staff's recommendation is to recommend approval of the rezoning to City Council.
Corey, thank you for the presentation. I got a question from Councilmember McGinnis, or I'm sorry, Planning Commissioner McGinnis this evening about the master plan. Do you recall what the master plan says for this this area for long-term land use?
Traditional neighborhood,
Traditional neighborhood.
yes.
With that, let me poll the commissioners to see if they have any questions at this time. And I'll start on my left with Commissioner McGinnis.
Well, good evening, and good evening to the applicants. Thank you very much for being a part of Pontiac and continue to believe in Pontiac. I'm very receptive to moving in this direction, and I'm grateful to hear feedback if there's anyone who's here to offer their perspective as well. This has been a neighborhood business, previously for generations. The applicant shared prior to it being a barber shop for many years, it was a laundromat. And so those are both businesses that serve surrounding neighborhoods very well, and other permitted uses for C1 zoning would also serve the surrounding residents. Perry is well equipped to handle C1 zoning, and I won't get into site plan aspects because a lot of what was shared previously was sort of under a previous zoning configuration. So I welcome how that may continue to be honed and refined depending on what the outcome is here. But so I have no immediate questions, and I look forward to more feedback and perspective from the community and this commission. I think it's a really dynamic area that hasn't seen a lot of new construction, hasn't seen a lot of enhancements, but deserves it. And I look forward to this being one of many. It could be a catalyst for other improvements that can happen on this stretch of Perry, which historically had a very bustling, neighborhood-serving commercial history. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shepherd, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions or comments yet.
We'll start with Commissioner Sinclair
No questions at this time. Thank you.
and Commissioner Henley.
No questions at this time.
And I have no questions at this time. I'll reserve my comments until after the public hearing. Excuse me, one of the things I should have noted is please silence your cell phones. With that, we're going to open up our public hearing. Oh, wait a minute. Before I do that, I'd like to hear from the applicant. Does the applicant have anything to add, any comments they wish to add? Excuse me, could you step to the microphone? This is being recorded, and the audience at home is looking, so they'd like to hear your comments as well.
Thank you. How you doing?
And
Nathan
your name
Stevenson.
and your address.
Nathan Stevenson, 148 East Howard Street, Pontiac, Michigan. I have no comments at this moment. I'm just excited about getting on board to get this done. So that's basically it.
Thank you. Okay, with that, fellow commissioners, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to hit this gavel. And we're going to allow everyone to have 3 minutes to actually speak. So again, if you wish to address this item, which is the rezoning at 148 Howard Street, please step up to the podium and we'll let your comments be heard. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, hearing none. I'm going to declare the public hearing ended.
Commissioner Northcross or Chair, can I just state for the record, this public hearing, this applicant came a separate public hearing, but I'm sure this is fresh in Planning Commission's mind tonight. But this public hearing is different than what was held last month because the zoning districts, the parcels involved have changed. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, the public hearing has ended, and I'm going to poll my fellow commissioners again, starting on my left with Commissioner McGinnis.
I think I shared my perspective, but just to emphasize, Howard Street in other sections on other major thoroughfares also has neighborhood businesses. They could be grandfathered for that matter, like on North Saginaw and Howard and other sections. Howard is not a sort of a low volume residential street. It's a, I don't know the formal name of it, but it's definitely a step up from just a straight up residential side street. It's intended to have a little bit more activity, and I hope and think that again that this would be a great addition for having what had historically been there, for this zoning to codify what had been there. Sounds like the master plan from about 10 years ago was still identifying it as neighborhood focus. I don't know what the updated master plan that we'll be engaging in might deem it going forward, and I don't see that as incompatible in terms of the benefit and use of the surrounding parcels and the other ways in which there's commercial just a few feet north of it on Perry.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Just a brief comment. I hope that by doing this, it helps you put your building up towards the road a little bit. I don't know if that's kind of the plan, but, you know, I think that's what we talked about a little bit last time, is to help you get that building up onto Perry Street. So if this helps, great. I mean, I think it's awesome to have the parking across the street. I think you're going to have, you know, there's some concerns with public safety, I think, that we had, but I think it's a great idea, and it lets you do more with your property and not sacrifice just having a few spots that you had. So hopefully, I mean, obviously, we're not here for site plan tonight, but and you don't have to answer the question right now if you don't want to, but that would be the hope on my end, is that for your sake and the city comes up to the road a little bit, a little more visibility. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair?
With regard to the rezoning, I'm really not in favor of putting P1 in a residential area, but this is a unique situation, and I think the proximity of homes to the two lots that are being proposed to be rezoned, P1, isn't close. I don't think it's detrimental to the neighborhood, and I think it serves the applicant's business intent and aids in its success. That's my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Henley?
Hearing no additional feedback from any of the nearby neighbors in that area, I have no other concerns beyond what we discussed last month.
And I again would say thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for stepping forward on this item. It's a business that's been in that area for a number of years, and thank you for continuing that business at that location. I think it's a good addition to the city. So, no additional comments, questions? Then I'll call for a motion to approve this item.
I make a motion to recommend approval of the proposed rezoning of 148 East Howard Street from R2, two-family residential, to C1 local business, lot number 14-28-104-009 and 14-29-233-018, and P1 parking, lot number 14-28-103-016 and 14-28-103-017, based on the findings of fact identified in the staff report.
Support.
Support. We have the motion offered by Commissioner Sinclair, a support by Commissioner Henley. Is there any further discussion, comments? With that, I'm going to call for a vote. Will you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Henley,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepherd,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Our next item, this is also a public hearing. This is a zoning text amendment This is an item that's brought to us by our senior planner. And the address on this is citywide. And the request is a minimum lot width reduction requirement. With that, I will ask that the staff make a presentation.
All right, thank you very much. So again, this is a staff-initiated text amendment to reduce the minimum lot width in the R1 district from 60 feet to 40 feet, along with some other minor changes to improve readability of the ordinance. This gives you an outline of the process and where we are. Last month, we had our informational session where I presented this information to you and you provided me feedback. We've incorporated that feedback, and tonight I'm coming forward to you with the same text amendment for a public hearing. If the commission acts tonight and makes a recommendation to City Council to approve, it will move to City Council for 2 readings. So the following is a city-initiated text amendment to reduce the minimum required lot width in the R1 district from 60 to 40 feet. The 60-foot standard was established at some point in the 1990s as a way to increase housing size, lot size, and property values in neighborhoods. Consequently, there are a large number of non-conforming parcels in the city prohibited from redevelopment despite having a lot of dimensions consistent with the historical norm of residential development in Pontiac. Many non-conforming parcels are permitted to be developed if more than 50% of parcels within 500 feet have reduced lot widths. However, this exception is poorly located in the zoning ordinance and can be confusing. So a big part of why we're coming forward with this text amendment is to simply rearrange where information is located in the zoning ordinance to make it easier for just the layperson to navigate. In addition, and on the point about when this was introduced in the 1990s, when they expanded the minimum lot width to 60 feet, in that time, in the last 30 years, we don't have much evidence that those goals were achieved with this change. So that's a big part of why we're recommending returning back to the historic norm. Lastly, this text amendment is requested to reduce confusion and establish a consistent standard. So we're proposing 3 changes. The first is a change to Table 3, which is found in Section 2.301, and the table found in Section 2.304. Both are modified to state that the new proposed minimum lot width is 40 feet. Then a footnote is proposed to be added that will clarify that the required minimum lot width is modified by the average width found nearby. This provides the information property owners need in one easy-to-find location within the zoning ordinance. And then lastly, Section 6.506, which deals with nonconformities, will have its language modified so as not to conflict with the new requirements. So this provides an example of why we're proposing this change. Under the current ordinance, if there is a lot that's like this one right here, that's 90 feet in width, that it looks like historically at one point was combined to create this large lot. Under the current ordinance, this lot could not be split off and then redeveloped because that would create 2 parcels with a lot width under 60 feet, despite the fact most lots in the neighborhood have lot widths under 60 feet. By adopting this text amendment, they will be allowed to split because it will create 2 parcels that are larger than 40 feet and are consistent with the width found in the immediate area of the neighborhood. This is just an excerpt of the text that's going to be added. This is the modifying language that states lot width may not be less than the width of the majority of lots in the surrounding area that are developed with existing single-family dwellings. Surrounding area shall be defined as all of the lots abutting either side of the streets that abut the lot in question and which are also located within 500 feet of said lot. For example, if a parcel is 80 feet wide and the majority of parcels along the same street and within 500 feet of the property are 50 feet wide, then the subject parcel could not be split as it would create 2 parcels with frontages less than the street average. So in summary, these amendments are not transformative because it allows subdivisions and home construction similar to the layout of existing surrounding neighborhoods. This would not impact the R1A and R1B development standards, which allow for larger lots. These zones are located on the periphery of the city generally. And this ordinance also cleans up the ordinance to make it easier for residents and property owners to understand where things are located in the ordinance, what information they need in order to determine whether their lot is developable. And with that, staff's recommendation is to review the text amendment as we've provided and make a recommendation to City Council to adopt.
Thank you, Corey. And if I could add to your presentation just briefly, you know, one of the things in the 90s that's mentioned up there is there's this adage that these amendments were proposed or adopted in the 90s to increase building size, increase property values. What's happened over the last 30 years is there's been a lot of demolitions in the city, and we have not had the infill development for these homes being rebuilt. And so, you know, staff saw a prohibition here to subdividing lots and also a confusion with the zoning code. So this is really a solution that removes any disincentivization for development. So we'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have just on that background. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Commissioner Duvall, who's just entered. Thank you, Commissioner Duvall. Thank you. Should I begin with Commissioner McGinnis and then swing back to you for your comments, or are you prepared to make comments? I am not, so go ahead. If that's okay. I'll start with Commissioner McGinnis.
You can always switch it up. I'm happy. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
The pressure is heavy to be the first, but I am very receptive, and I think this is to provide cohesion and greater harmonious appeal in our neighborhoods in the city of Pontiac. I'm thinking specifically from the East Side's perspective. The demolition over the last 30-plus years has resulted in pockmarked vacant lots surrounded by the remaining homes. There have been some instances of new construction, but very seldom because of the existing frontage, the existing streetscape that those neighborhoods have, and that this is a very, I think, reasonable and measured way to offer many neighborhoods a path for healing, for lack of a more technical term, but to allow them another generation, for the generations to come, because no structure, especially no single-family home built any time in the last 150 years lasts forever or will last forever. And so we must be, well, with some exceptions, of course, I hope many last, but we need to be prepared not only for the present circumstances, but also in 30 to 40 years from now, what other sort of infusion of new construction would be possible for many of our neighborhoods. I see that it doesn't impact those different zoning in the Walton area that are already kind of specifically designated for larger parcels, larger homes. This would not impede on that. And I think it's really wise to have that sort of 50% of the surrounding homes component in there, so that way we ensure a cohesive appearance, a cohesive planning and implementation for residential developments that would be infilled where vacant land has arisen.
Commissioner Shepard.
Full support on this. I think you guys did a great job, so, yeah.
Commissioner Shepard.
40 foot's good, so that's all I got.
Commissioner Sinclair.
I echo Commissioner McGinnis's comments and Shepard. Definitely think the 50% addition to the ordinance is needed, and it preserves the density of the neighborhoods. So I'm in full support. Thank you.
And Commissioner Henley.
Yes, as someone who has to look through zoning ordinances frequently, this is a much clearer way to present the information, and I'm in full support as well.
Well, my comments are, I feel that we should keep the 60-foot requirement, but provide a footnote that we are willing to go to 40 feet, down to 40 feet with the requirements that we've stated. But that's just me. Having lived in this city most of my life, I've seen the city contract. It was due not only to having 40-foot having 40-foot lots, but also to a number of other factors that were afoot in the city, mainly the contraction of GM, one of our largest suppliers and one of our largest employers. So there were a number of things that were going on, but I think we're at a point now where the city is developing, the city is growing, and it would behoove us to, I think, look toward a larger frontal area if possible, but at the same time, we do need some flexibility with those lots that are in place. And I would recommend that in place of changing the minimum lot width as shown in our table from 60 to 40, that we leave it at 60, but we put a footnote, which is missing in our current table, saying that lots down to 40-foot minimum would be acceptable. But those are just my feelings. Any other comments? Oh, Ms. Duvall, excuse me. I do need to come back to you. Thank you.
Because I was late, I will not make many comments. I did have some background information. However, I will to my very knowledgeable and competent cohorts here and echo their sentiments.
Well, we've heard from the applicant in this case, our city planner. And with that, I'll open it up for a public hearing. Again, 3 minutes. Please step forward to the podium, state your name, your address, and then provide your questions or your comments. If you have questions, we'll not answer them during the public hearing, but we'll make every effort to answer them after the public hearing has closed. With that, I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Okay. Seeing no one step forward, I'm going to ask that the public hearing be closed, declare the public hearing closed. And now I'm going to poll our commissioners one more time before we entertain a motion. Any other comments? Commissioner Duvall? Commissioner McGinnis?
No, sir.
Commissioner
No
Shepard?
comments.
Commissioner Sinclair?
No comments.
Okay, I have no further comments. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve this zoning text amendment.
I move to recommend approval of the proposed minimum lot width text amendment as outlined in the staff report.
Support.
Okay, we have Commissioner Sinclair offering a motion to our approval and seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Any other comments, questions? Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote, a roll call vote.
Can I get a microphone, please? Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Henley.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duvall.
I abstain.
Commissioner Northcross.
No.
Motion passes.
Now we'll move to our next public hearing, which is another text amendment. Again, this time the applicant is our planning manager, and this is for citywide. This text amendment applies to our zoning ordinance, so it's citywide, and it concerns public hearing notice requirements. And I'll ask our applicant, in this case, Planning Manager Yandrick, if he will make a presentation on this item.
Sure. So I have a very short presentation with the ordinance that is before Planning Commission tonight. This is a citywide citywide ordinance, and it is city initiated and is all about the public hearing notices within the zoning code, and it is of section 6.9002. This is the first time this is being introduced to Planning Commission. We did not send this to send this to informational session. Tonight is the public hearing, and then if this moves forward, it would go to 2 readings of City Council. So just some background. The current public hearing notice regulations in the city's zoning code require the following 15 days before the public hearing that there's a notice in the Oakland Press, and that mailing for all properties within 300 feet of the subject property for the public hearing. They get an individual letter and letting them know, and we often get calls at staff, to get information so they can know to attend and speak either for or against many of these public hearings. These regulations comply with the minimum requirements of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act at 300 feet and also the 15 days notice. There's no current posting requirement on the site from our zoning ordinance. So if you drive around the city, you wouldn't know that, that there's a rezoning, as an example, taking place. So what this ordinance accomplishes is that it increases the public mailing from 300 feet to 500 feet for all public hearing notices. This is something the city does using resources from Oakland County. We send those public hearing notices out in advance to get those to the neighboring residents. And then additionally, this ordinance requires that an applicant to post signage for rezonings, special exceptions, and right-of-way and alley vacations. The requirement would be for a 24 square foot ground sign for all zoning districts in the city, except for C2. A window sign, 24 square feet in the C2, and there's an ability for relief if a property owner does not have the ability. There's some alternatives in there in the code. And then for right-of-way and alley vacations, there's an option for a 24-foot ground sign or 2 A-frame signs for a right-of-way alley vacation, and they must be placed either in the right-of-way or on the adjacent applicant's property. Most of the time that there's a right-of-way or alley vacation, it's actually an application from a neighboring property that would be acquiring it, and so this would actually, you could post it. Now, the 2 A-frame signs might be smaller in area, but it's actually more costly to purchase sandwich board signs than it would be for a 24-foot ground sign. This also establishes the requirements and penalties if the process is not followed. So really, these amendments increase transparency about upcoming public hearings by doing the following: increasing the buffer distance again, and requiring the applicant post the signage for that public hearing notice. So with that, staff recommends Planning Commission, you are recommending approval, not approving. You are recommending approval of the zoning text amendments as presented in the staff report. This would go to City Council as the policy body for them to approve. There's been multiple people that have brought this up over the last year, and I think we're happy to bring this forward just so when these big applications come forward that there's a better notice to let people know, to be able to voice their opinion and help Planning Commission and sometimes City Council in the fact-finding mission. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin. Before we have the public hearing, we'll hear the comments or questions or concerns of our commissioners. And I'll start on my far left with Commissioner Duvall.
No comments.
Commissioner McGinnis.
I'm very pleased to see this come before the Planning Commission, and it's something that I had advocated for at a few different instances where decisions the community was considering, or the municipality was considering on behalf of the community as a whole, that would have benefited from even more awareness of a proposed or requested rezoning or other change. I did look up on my phone really quickly that 24 square feet could be 3 feet by 8 foot, like a larger piece of plywood, or some other, so I think that's pretty large. I think that would, be very sufficient for capturing a neighbor or passerby's attention. I'm pleased to see that. I think that's very effective. And I'm pleased to see that your newest member of your team, Paul Harang, is the author of this memorandum. So welcome to him to the City of Pontiac's planning team. No further feedback or questions, but I lied. My final question, my question is, what would be sort of the implementation? So let's say it's adopted by the end of January. When, like, is there a 10 days for the ordinance to go into effect? Usually that's kind of the standard.
So what would happen in this case is that this could go to City Council on December 19th and January 4th for first and second reading. That would be adopted 10 days later, which would be January 14th. So by that point, we already have the applications for the February Planning Commission meeting. So the first time this would take effect would be for the applications at the March Planning Commission meeting.
And I know that may be subject to change depending on how long it takes different bodies to deliberate, but I just want to know sort of what's sort of the practical application of that. All right, thank you very much. That concludes my little slice of heaven.
Commissioner Sinclair. Commissioner Shepherd.
No comments.
Commissioner Sinclair.
No comments.
Commissioner Henley.
Yes, in the packet it says that there is a template provided by staff. Do you have an example of the content and required information and how it's displayed?
Do not have that, and we were playing around with putting the imagery in the ordinance, but staff decided not to, and that gives us the flexibility. We would make sure that there's a consistency with font size, with the details that are required to be on that sign. The only thing that would be customized is the date and time of the meeting and what the request is for. But it also gives us the opportunity, if we start getting a mapping application that residents could maybe view something, we're looking to create that at the city, we can put that QR code on there. If there's other enhancements, we can actually add that to it. The one thing we did put it on here, though, is that if you're putting up a 20 square foot sign, that template has to cover the entire sign. It can't be covering a portion of it, just to make sure that it's readable and legible and no one's shortchanging the ability to view what that notice is. So
It's good to hear. No further questions.
okay.
I have no questions or comments at this time, and I'm going to now open up this item for a public hearing. Again, 3 minutes. We ask that you step to the podium, speak into the microphone, give your name and your address, your comments, and your questions. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I'm Luke Holsworth, 433 Emerson in the Jolly Car Wash. Tonight's agenda, I'm here for the old Silverdome parking lot. My question would be, you guys got to make sure we understand why or how this is going to affect us applicants, right? Because I was led to believe, I'm a rookie, so I don't know, I could be wrong, but I was led to believe, like, for example, the $2,600 I paid for my application, that went towards the mailers and things like that. Is this gonna like substantially raise the application fee for the people wanting to do business here? That's all I care about. Other than that, I think the signs would be a waste of time. If somebody's involved, they're involved. If, if you have to call somebody and beg them to be your friend, they're not your friend, right? I'm involved, so I know what you guys are doing. I love my city, so I know what's going on all around me. I think if you have to kind of go out there and beg people and put a sign in their face, it's pointless if it's gonna cost the people around here that know what's going on a bunch of money. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, with that, I declare the public hearing closed. And Mr. Emerson, you gave a general question.
He lives on Emerson. It's Mr. Holsworth.
Mr.
He's LUKEHOLSWORTH. He's the applicant for 9C.
9C,
And
okay.
he lives on Emerson.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Halsworth. Okay. Excuse me, sir. And thank you, Mr. McGinnis, Commissioner McGinnis. To get back to your question, how will this affect our applicants? Specifically, will this raise the application fee? And I'll ask these two questions of our planning manager.
Yeah. So in staff's opinion, and where I came from previously, we had a 500-foot buffer. There's going to be a slightly larger cost to the city, but we also increased the cost at July 1st for the fees, and really this is incorporated with it. But an increase from 300 to 500 feet does not substantially increase the amount of mailings that are going out. It's only a little bit. I would be, obviously if we're doing 1,000 feet, that's not just double. That's you're looking at 4 or 5 times. But I think at 500 feet, the city would be able to justify the increase to 500 with the current fees.
And how will this affect the applicant?
Really, this is an opportunity as a public hearing to let the public know. And I think that we have administration, planning commission, and city council that sometimes get surprised of, I didn't know that an application, was coming forward. And this really, a lot of cities that we've researched do this. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're just creating a process to make it fair to everyone. As an example, sometimes you might have a property owner where the landlord maybe never got the notice, and so it's still an opportunity for that tenant to be able to see that a rezoning or similar application is taking place.
If I may, the cost of the sign, that will be borne by the applicant?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Then this will this will impose an additional cost on the applicant to put this sign up,
That is correct.
as well as an additional cost to the city for mailing that goes out.
Correct.
Yeah, but there's no other effects to the applicant in terms of their the fee that they pay to us or anything like that.
Correct. No fee schedule adjustments are proposed with this. The city council obviously reviews the city's fee schedule every budget year, so, but at this time, we're incorporating that within the existing fee schedule.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll start with Mr. McGinnis. Do you, Commissioner McGinnis, do you have any questions or comments?
Two factors that I want to highlight. Other communities seem to have a sort of a standing sign that can be used over and over again, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a cost that is shared or sent over to the private applicant. So I just want to flag that there may be a way for you to thread the needle. I've seen so many different municipalities do it different ways, but where they've kind of got an existing, almost looks like a for sale or lease larger sign, but it's saying this property is subject to, a rezoning is proposed. For more information, contact. I don't know if this makes this too prohibitive that would kind of box that out, because you want to sort of flag. That's all. I just want to offer that up as an alternative consideration, that if you try and shove everything on the sign, then you will have to make a new sign for every application or zoning request. But another factor I'll raise is that it's just flagging that something is coming forth, because really it's a private member is applying. It's not that the city is doing this change to land or doing some site plan. It's somebody, private property owner, is saying, we want this change. And it's a courtesy to those that live around it to say, hey, something may change. So we had most recently Mark Twain School, former school. The property distance was 300 feet. So to the houses that lived close to Mark Twain School, they got the heads up. But that area impacts people beyond just 300 feet in distance, and their neighborhood would be impacted, pro and con, or indifferently, but it's just a courtesy to say, hey, something is being requested, and you have an opportunity to weigh in or learn more. And it's a best practice that other communities do, just to say, this is something that's coming down the pike, and if you want to, you can find out more. So by expanding the 300 to 500, it's providing that courtesy just a little bit further radius, still not big. There are people that probably live 100 feet or more that would still be really impacted on if something is going to be changed to the heart of their neighborhood, their area where they live or where they own land. So I think that it is something that would benefit, so that more community members don't have to say, more neighbors don't have to say, why didn't I know about that? Because ideally, if the city was making a change or the city was developing something, the city initiative would be communicated through various channels, online, social media, email blasts, etc. But these are private property owners that wish to have a different use or make some changes to their property, and it's putting out the little FYI that something may change. And that way, ahead of time, they can weigh in and let us know, as the decision makers on behalf of our neighbors, the firsthand perspective for their neighborhoods. So that's what I have to say.
Commissioner Duval, do you have any comments?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Commissioner Shepherd,
No comments from me?
Commissioner Sinclair.
Too quickly, Mike, or Commissioner McGinnis, I appreciate your comment regarding the sign. Maybe there's some way at a later date that a template sign can be configured that can be reusable for the applicants. My second comment is the 500 feet. How is that measured? Is that measured from property line to property line?
So really, we'd be consistent. It is property to property. So if any point of the property is within, right now, 300 feet, your property is flagged and you are notified. So with the 500 feet, it would be any point of the property being within 500 feet of any point of the surrounding buffered property, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henley?
Jumping off of Commissioner McGinnis's comments regarding Mark Twain Elementary, we found out last meeting that there was a large contingent of people who had signed a petition against the rezoning. However, none of that information got to the Planning Commission or to the public hearing, and I don't think the information regarding the public hearing got to the people who signed that petition. So I think this extra visibility from the sign will be nothing but beneficial.
In my comments, I feel this is a definite improvement over the practices we currently have in place for notifying the public about changes in their area.
Sorry,
I
I
do-
didn't understand that.
Yeah,
Is there a
okay. Okay,
Commissioner Northcross?
yes.
To answer Commissioner Henley's question, yes, that citizen petition that was circulated took place after the Planning Commission, after the public hearing. So if that was information that had been received prior to, it could have helped provide us further perspective on where the people that are most directly impacted, those that live nearby. But, so it was not missed by us per se, it just didn't exist yet.
Okay, that was a misunderstanding.
But your point's still well made, that would have been, that early heads up could have flagged that this was their opportunity to provide public feedback.
Great. I do have a question about the suggestion of a sign that can be used over and over again, and I think Commissioner Sinclair categorized that correctly as a template sign.
So can I address that? So I appreciate those requests, and I think we saw a mix of communities that have a template sign versus making the applicants make that. Sometimes when we have 6 public hearings in a month, sometimes it's a lot for staff, whether city's posting it or whether the applicant's posting it. And, we're doing a lot already to manage these applications to go forward with the public hearing notices and following proper procedure. And we wanted to put that on the applicant to do that. And with signs that get damaged and stuff like that, we didn't want to be in a habit every 8-9 months we're redoing that template. A lot of times when you have businesses, to be able to create a temporary sign that might be up for 30 days, might be having a sidewalk sale or a special event, it's very common. And the goal with this is that it really followed that same process. This sign would be, was meant to have a life of 15 or so days that would be posted for the public to view, not necessarily something that's permanent and wooden, because that may affect, be damaged from time to time just from the weather elements and other factors. So,
Commissioner Duval?
I actually do have a couple of comments, and I'm thinking about what Commissioner Henley said and just reviewing some of the notes and conversations that we're having about our communities and when opportunities come to those communities, what happens and people that are not aware become aware after the fact. And I know that we've historically had some concerns about making people in our communities aware of things that are happening. And we always ask our presenters or candidates to talk to the communities, have town halls, and make sure that they are aware. And I'm just concerned that that gap is still a gap. And I don't know what else to do about it to make sure that that communication comes out. And so, again, we just ask for your assistance, the applicants who are wanting to do these creative and wonderful things in the communities, to make sure that you just reach out continuously until you have, a majority of participation and people that are supportive or not. But, the last minute and, to the point, coming to the table after the fact is concerning. And so I don't know how we fix that, but I definitely know that it is an issue, and we need to do better on both sides. The end.
Are there any other comments, questions? Then I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to recommend approval of the zoning text amendments for proposed changes of the zoning code outlined in the staff report.
And is there a second?
Second, support. Sinclair.
We have Commissioner Henley offered the motion, Commissioner Sinclair seconded. Again, any other concerns or questions? Hearing none, shall we vote?
Commissioner Duval,
Support.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to approve?
Commissioner Henley,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
That moves us out of the public hearings and to old business. I see there's nothing listed under old business. Next, we have new business, and this is an information session. Give us a chance to comment and to question the applicant, to just get a feel for what's coming down the pike. And I appreciate these. So our first new business item, this is under item 9, new business, applicant A. It is a site plan review. Design, am I saying that correct? Design Incorporated. It's at 269 Richard Avenue. And this is a new manufacturing facility, Troy Laser and Fabrication. And we'll turn this over to our planning manager for the presentation.
So Corey Christensen will be giving the presentation. I just want to introduce this and the other informational sessions tonight. They have an active application. We have done one round of reviews. There's a few minor things that I think we've found through this, but there is a submission date that the applicant for this project and the remaining projects have, that they do need to meet that deadline and meet the submittal requirements to get on the next or future agenda. So, but with that, Corey, you can take the presentation away.
All right, so this is an application for a new build manufacturing facility at 269 Richard Avenue. The first thing to note is that when this comes back to you next month, ideally the address will be changed. We're aiming to have a Telegraph Road address because the parcel does front on Telegraph Road, and that is how they're proposing to access the parcel. So this is an informational session. Again, this is just an opportunity for the applicant to present their application to the board and to get the board acquainted with the application and to provide some initial feedback ahead of next month's meeting where they will make their decision. The applicant has, that's the incorrect date, it'll be December 10th to resubmit plans for review for the January 10th meeting, where this case may be heard for the PC decision. So the applicant is proposing a new build manufacturing facility on an empty parcel in the northwest corner of the city between Telegraph Drive and Richard Avenue. The proposed building is 75,000 square feet and will include parking in the front and along the south side of the building. The parcel is not adjacent to residential, and no buffering is required for the parking lot or the manufacturing facility. Directly to the south is the Grand Trunk Western Railroad, and to the north is a strip mall with food service and a liquor store. This project will not require any rezonings, variances, lot combinations, or street vacations. They just need a special exception through you guys and site plan approval. but otherwise they won't have to go to any other boards. This gives you an idea of where the property is located. The parcel is a large parcel right here. You can see it fronts along the railroad to the south, Telegraph Road to the west. This is Richard Avenue. It's just a really small residential street right here. And then this is the strip mall to the north. This gives you an idea of the neighboring zoning. So we're talking about this parcel right here. It's already set aside zoned for M1. Most parcels that front along this railroad were set aside for some sort of industrial manufacturing use. There is some residential nearby right here, but what they're proposing, all the development is going to occur basically right here, and that's across Richard Avenue, so no buffering is actually required by the ordinance. And then directly to the north is some commercial. This gives you an idea of the site plan. This is their initial proposal. Access will be off of Telegraph Road right here, with parking to the west and to the south. There will be some loading spaces here. And in general, it's just a large rectangular industrial type building. The parcel is zoned M1 and the use is appropriate for the site. A special exception permit will be required because the type of use proposed is classified as general manufacturing, which is a special exception in the M1 district. The plans provided have a small number of zoning compliance deficiencies that will need to be resolved before the applicant returns to the Planning Commission. However, there's very few issues. It was a pretty complete plan. So in terms of the zoning compliance issues, the deficiencies that were identified by staff are, first, we want some verification that no mechanical equipment will be visible. Two, the next three are pertaining to aesthetic standards. The first is the proposed metal siding does not comply with the requirement for primary building materials, which must be brick, stone, exposed logs or timber, cementitious siding, split face block, or other similar materials. Accent building materials such as metal may not exceed 40% of the structure. The ordinance also requires that the base of the building be 12 feet in height, and there must be at least 40% transparency. We put an asterisk next to these three standards because looking through the ordinance today, there is a provision in there which allows staff to actually modify these requirements in situations where the aesthetic standards are prohibitive. So some of these may be worked out with the applicant and some of these may be lowered in order to assist the applicant, especially pertaining to the 12-foot high base. That standard is simply unreasonable and prohibitive. Moving on. We would like to see some dimensions added to the loading zones. The site plans indicate a type C buffer is required, but it's unclear why. The property doesn't border residential to the northeast. And then just a question, will there be any hazardous substances stored on site? If so, there are some documents that we'll need submitted. But other than that, everything appeared to be compliant with the zoning ordinance and all the information was complete. There's the standards for approval, which I won't read through. You see these every single time. One is you assess circulation. One is you assess the arrangement of the buildings, natural features, the site layout, screening, and compliance with the zoning ordinance. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission provide feedback to the applicant on their request. And here we go. These are the correct dates. And the applicant should return revised plans by Monday, December 18th, to be considered for the January 10th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. With that, are there any questions for me?
Actually, Corey, can you go back to the slides that you had, the asterisks 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah.
So really, what Corey has found through this is these 2, 3, and 4 do not meet the requirements, but there is some flexibility within the code. Particularly with number 1, I think this is a good discussion point this evening with the applicant, maybe to provide some feedback. But regardless of what happens, if there is any flexibility given to this application, that would be codified in a condition of approval from staff's recommendation next month. So I just wanted to kind of share a process standpoint with that. As Corey mentioned, the building base at 12 feet is a little excessive in staff's opinion, and the transparency, again, is a little atypical for an industrial building like this. But staff's question really for the Planning Commission is, there's proposed metal siding. Yes, this is a industrial building, but when it's facing Telegraph, is there a desire to have natural material either on the base or on the primary body of that facade, just facing Telegraph Road. And it's, while not across the street from Hawthorne Park, it is just up the street, a couple 100 feet from it. So, but that's just a few additional concerns I wanted to highlight. But we appreciate the applicant and what they've put forward in this application, and we're definitely excited at the possibility of them relocating this business from Warren, Michigan, up to Pontiac. So.
Okay, with that, is the applicant present? Is there anything you would like to add at this time? Yes. Please, step forward, state your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Steve Bybeck. I'm with Design Engineering, the engineering firm behind the plan set that was provided. Looking at these comments, we will need a little bit of clarification on the aesthetic issues there. The building itself is currently, it's an industrial building. It has metal siding. It stands to be a couple 100 feet away from Telegraph Road, which is going to be the main frontage. And to the north and south, there is some mitigating factors. To the south, there is existing industrial structures which don't meet the code as it is. There are also steel-sided buildings, so it's not entirely incongruous with the neighboring aesthetics. And there's plenty of trees that we plan to maintain in the area to screen the building from any other outside uses, both on the north and south side, in addition to the landscaping required and provided on the plan set there. Regarding the address issue, this is kind of maybe a little bit arcane issue to be addressing now, but the larger parcel that is shown on those plan sets is indeed addressed to Richard Avenue. It does not have a frontage on Telegraph Road, but our client here has 3 parcels which do front Telegraph Road, so we might need some clarification on those parcels requiring a land combination, but we can address that going forward. The only other thing I'd like to add is that we just need a little bit of clarification on the requirement for fire suppression in the building. It would make a significant difference to the construction and cost of the structure. So we need to clarify that before going forward. And I guess item 7 on the review comments there, I can give an easy answer, is that there won't be any hazardous materials stored on site or used. Mm-hmm. So, nothing further to add.
Thank you. Mr. Yandrick, the item concerning the Telegraph Road address,
Yeah, he's stepped out for a minute, but he'll have to be the one that addresses the addressing.
In that case. Yes, can you address that?
No, it'll have to be Mark. Mark handles addressing. I don't have the answer.
Okay, the fire suppression, I imagine that's some details that you'll work out with them.
Yep, and I did forward the fire department's comments to you. Okay, good.
I received it just before this meeting.
Yep.
Okay. So that brings us back to the exterior of the building and our requirements. And in the plans, I'm not sure I see anything about the actual landscaping.
There should be a landscaping sheet in the plan set.
Was there? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. With that,
Need to answer.
let me poll our commissioners about their comments and thoughts on this item.
Okay, we got Mark back. If we could repeat the question about addressing.
Addressing, Telegraph Road.
Sure. So,
Right now, the parcel, as you mentioned, is sitting on Richard Avenue.
Yep.
But I believe they've acquired 3 parcels that abuts Telegraph Road, if I'm correct?
Yes, at least 2 of them.
Yeah.
At least 2 of them.
There's 3 parcels involved.
So this is a remnant parcel when this is a railroad-related property. And in talking with the fire department, we're going to be readdressing this soon. I was aware that they were interested in adjacent parcels, but maybe let's have a discussion later this week, just so we can make sure we're appropriately assigning the addresses for this. And I don't know if Corey mentioned this, but this was when we met in the pre-application meeting with them about 6 months ago. They were envisioning the whole site. What is before you tonight really is phase one, because there will be a future phase to the east of this. So,
Okay. So that leaves us with comments, and I believe the primary comment is about the aesthetics of the building, our requirements, our feeling on the requirements. And with that, I'll start to my immediate left, not immediate left, but to my far left with Commissioner Duvall.
I'm deferring my comments to hear what everyone else has to say at this moment. Thank you.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Well, thank you very much for considering Pontiac, Michigan. I think it would be an amazing addition to this existing manufacturing zoned property. One of my questions for staff or the applicant, was there ever a facility on this land, or was it always fallow? Was there any historical knowledge on that?
I'm not aware, and we will provide anything of next month, but I'm not aware of anything being developed on the site other than the industrial uses with the railroad. Yep.
Oh, so a rail yard, okay,
Yep.
so not necessarily structure or nothing beyond an ancillary, what's that? It was a switching station, okay, that makes sense for the aerial that shows what looks like sort of a spraying out of multiple different lines. So, you know, I looked on Richard Avenue, there's approximately 4 homes, but just to be certain, that is entirely to the east of what would be the farthest eastern wall of the structure, is that correct?
Yes, it would be in the vacant, empty space for the car lot at this point.
Okay.
If I may add, the only thing that would be developed over there as part of what's in front of you tonight is the detention pond.
But the intention is to keep the natural screening that already exists on the south side of Richard Avenue with the property. Looks like there's a chain link fence, vegetation that's been rocking and rolling for.
Yeah, the intent is to leave everything best possible.
Okay. In Commissioner Monoparlov's absence, she would say that she would want to see on the side that's fronting the westernmost wall, she would want to see, you know, higher masonry or other material standards for the aesthetics. I'm not as well versed in that subject matter, but I know that she would be looking for percentages and.
How do you know that?
The odds are good, that she seems to, for most, over the years, I've heard her say it. So I just want to flag that, that's the main concern, that we want to, if we'd be looking for, you know, higher elements or aesthetics, it would be in particular that side. But can you share for us, and we'll unfortunately have you go to the microphone, can you share for us what Troy Laser and Fabrication does with their endeavors? And it sounds like when you say that there's more phases that may be proposed, would that be by this applicant?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so if you want to share with us, and it doesn't lock you in, but I'm just curious how you might be prospectively thinking about these different elements coming online and how they might complement each other versus, because that could influence what we're thinking about different, you know, sort of materials.
Well, I guess I really don't want to really commit to anything
Sure.
or saying anything of that nature. It's more or less to expand the building.
Okay.
We could put technically a 325,000 square foot building on the property as the way it sits. So we would just extend the back wall out, and then we would extend the back wall out. That's as much as I would say about that.
Yeah, and I respect your right, it's your property, and this is very, you know, essentially speculative.
Yes.
But I'm trying to get a sense, and I'm really enthused to hear it. When you say back wall, do you mean the farther and western one, or the bottom facing south?
The western wall.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And so the land, the parcels that we see that kind of go parallel to Telegraph, that would be land that you do own, or?
We do own that, yes.
Okay. And you own the parcel that we're speaking of right now with the 75 square feet, or
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. How long have you owned the land?
We bought it about a year and a half ago.
All right, well, thank you so much for investing in the city of Pontiac, and congratulations. So we're looking at a proposed building of 75,000 square feet. Can you share with us what the nature of the operation?
Troy Laser and Fab is a laser cutting shop, so we do anything from production work from flat steel all the way up to fabrication in the sense of weldments, arts. You know, we've done the clock down in downtown at the Shinola clock. We build stuff like that.
Wow.
So it's just a lot of different things. So it's a very broad discussion, I guess I should say, but that's pretty much what it comes down to. So
And how many years has the company been in existence?
since 2007.
All right, very, very
We started in Troy, then we went to Warren, expanded that building. We grew out of that building, and now we're trying to move the whole entire facility here.
Great. And what's your name?
Adam Lasker.
And with an L, Lasker with an L?
Yes.
Mr. Lasker, how many colleagues do you have with the operation?
We are at 47 employees as of right now and anticipating to grow exponentially as we move into the facility.
Congratulations with that upward trajectory. Would this be your only, and I'll use this with an asterisk, knowing that you may have expansion, but is the vision that it would be comprehensively all of Troy Laser and Fab's operations would be in Pontiac, or do you still need other sites
No,
through the region?
everything would be in Pontiac. So
Okay.
Troy Laser and Fab, the whole entire facility will be in Pontiac.
Very good. So when it comes to that telegraph access point and telegraph address, you're not having to contend with another neighbor and getting easements there. It's your,
Correct.
okay.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, I think that handles a lot of my questions at this point. I'm truly really enthused and grateful that we are able to consider this. I'll ask staff very quickly, though. It does require a special exception permit because of general manufacturing, just the nuance of that. And so that could be handled at the planning commission level.
That is expected at the January meeting at the same time as the site plan.
Okay.
So
So we'd be handling special exception permit and site plan simultaneously, which makes sense. Does that require a public hearing?
special exception requires a public hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments and questions for now.
Commissioner Shepard.
I think my only comments would be the same thing you're going to probably hear from Parlov is the materials on the telegraph-facing side. I think it would be ridiculous for us to say you need to put this around the entire building that's not seen by anybody. But I think we'd ask for that I'm assuming you're going to have office space there too?
There will be office space
So
in
maybe
the
in your
front of the
front,
building,
like the
yes.
light industrial look, whether it's masonry, the bigger bricks that look like bricks. I don't know the term off the top of my head, but I think that's what we would ask is that we'd like to see, I guess, is that front face has something different to it. I don't think no one's gonna push just because something's written that there needs to be transparency on the backside of the building. I think that's, in my world, that's not needed. But I think in that front, for your version, it's your business, right? So you want that to look good to your people. But I think that's what you're gonna hear at the next thing, when you bring it to us. I think that's what you're gonna hear.
Okay.
Is just making that front look good. So
I understand that.
that's all I have. Other than that, it looks great, so appreciate it.
If it's okay, I want to jump off of that question just to better understand, if that's okay, Commissioner.
Please.
So when you were talking about potential phases of expansion, is that part of your concern, is that you'd sort of be blowing that wall out to sort of keep expanding the complex? It would be contiguous?
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest reason, but like I said, to talk about expansions is not what we really want to talk about because I don't want to say anything that, when it does come up, that could hinder any of that.
I'll stop being so inquisitive.
No, it's fine. I'm
No,
just
thank
saying.
Good question, though. That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Sinclair.
This is an interesting site. It is basically the carbon copy of my office. I work in a design fab firm, and we are right along the railroad tracks that are actually still being utilized. One of my questions is the amount of trucks that you anticipate it sounds like you don't do a whole lot of large weldments. I mean, Shinola clock is, but what, do you have an idea of your truck
On an
traffic?
average, we receive anywhere between, I would say, on a slow week, 5 semis to up to 10 semis of product in the sense of steel or tubing or anything of that nature on a daily basis. But that, we do a lot of deliveries to our customers, and the customers that are picking up are very rarely picking up in a semi.
Right.
They're picking up in a flatbed or a box truck or even a pickup truck 90% of the time.
With respect to the transparency and building materials, I agree with Commissioner Shepard's and McGinnis's comments regarding that. One of the problems that we have with our facility is we have 3 buildings that they purchased, and they basically combined them all. And we continually have our trucks going in the wrong entrance, which would definitely be different in your case because you have a clear delineation of where you're supposed to go, you back up, you turn around. Based on what you do, I think you could really do some interesting treatments on that facade, potentially that aren't as costly as maybe masonry, that could appease the people that would want a masonry, facade, at least a portion of it.
Okay.
Just something to consider. I mean, obviously you do laser.
With that being said, though, with the front office not being, it's going to be on the same side as the actual shop. If we bring something out to show a difference, would that be okay?
I think it's in your best interest to do that because then it highlights where your offices are versus your actual manufacturing operations.
Correct. Now, with that being said, would we still have to do and meet the requirements of the facade?
Yeah, have to be discussed with the planner, the city planner.
No, which is fine. That's why I wanted to bring it up now, so.
I'm just thinking alternatives to you that are less costly, but are, still aesthetically pleasing.
Understandable.
But I think it's a great site for what you want to do. My only concerns are truck traffic coming in. You've got that basically boulevard on Telegraph right there. You're basically forced to come in one way and go out the other way in one way, so. But there's no other way around that. It looks like you have a sufficient entrance there, so. Other than that, it looks good. Thank you.
Commissioner Shepard, Henley.
Yes. So I'm seeing there's that existing cell tower and building on the northwest part of the site. Is that still functioning and in use? Have you been in contact with the owner or operator of that tower?
No, we have not. They actually, from when we bought the property, they bought a 99-year land contract where they have it for 99 years, and then we would receive the property back after 99 years.
Okay. I guess I was just curious if they would have any concerns with the proximity of the building and parking infrastructure and how close it is to the tower and building.
Yeah, I can't answer that because I have not talked to them.
Okay. And then as far as the facade goes, I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Shepard. There looks to be a large amount of existing vegetation screening the site from both the north and the west, and from the south you have large existing buildings blocking it. So really the only people I see that are gonna be seeing this building are the employees and the customers. So I think that we can be a little more relaxed with the requirements. And then on the south side and on the west side where the parking abuts and people are gonna be coming in and seeing those sides, where we'd require a little more.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Again, thank you for thinking of Pontiac, and I share the same feelings as my fellow commissioners as they've expressed, that yes, we do need to spiff up the portion that's fronting Telegraph, but I would be inclined to be somewhat flexible on some of the other areas. Those are my comments. With that, any other comments? Hopefully, we've given you enough direction, you and for our planner to go ahead and complete the plans and come back formally to the Planning Commission and present the site plan.
So I do have I know that that area the roads in that area are not updated, and so there's probably not a lot you can do about that. But what is your concern, and what would you like to propose in that regard?
I'm not understanding the question.
Well, I mean, I know that like that area around the park is pretty treacherous.
I think
Yeah.
they've redone that area.
There's still some work to do, I think. And so, I mean, I think you've got, a lot of, I think you've got a great plan. I look forward to it. I think it's going to be awesome because there's nothing over there now that looks as good or will probably look as good. But I'm just wondering about the landscape and that sort of thing to make it look better. If that's
Maybe
even
the-
something you're looking to do.
Maybe Steve can answer that a little bit better for you.
Well, again, I think I'm not following the question either. Like, are we talking about Telegraph Road's condition in front of the parcel there?
Yeah.
Having looked at it a little bit early on in the project here, it is a concrete road. It should be able to handle any truck traffic. It's not particularly well-traveled, so there shouldn't be any major
Okay.
conflicts with the traffic there. And the existing vegetation will hopefully screen the building from the road to
Okay.
keep it kind of a park.
Yeah, I just was wondering. I go that way pretty often. It's always a challenge, and so I just wondered how much traveling you expect on that road for your business, and if that would be a concern.
Yeah, like Adam was saying, there's 47 employees, and they'll be on a pretty regular daytime schedule. They won't be consistent throughout the day. There's a few semi-trucks weekly, and then there's some box trucks. So it'll be an increase in traffic, but it shouldn't be creating any new traffic jams or anything along those lines.
That's all I got.
Okay. With that, Planning Commissioner Yandrick, that's sufficient for completion of the plans? The questions that have been brought up so far, you have a sense of what the commission would accept?
I believe so. I think this is a good base. We're going to probably reach out to the applicant next day or two, really to get them lined up for the applications that they need to move forward. But really, this is a chance for them to get the feedback from you. But we appreciate all the commissioners' feedback this evening.
Great, great. Any other comments?
No further comment. Thanks for the feedback.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That takes us to our next item. Under new business, item 9B, which is, again, a site plan review. This is an informational session only, and it is concerning the redevelopment of Lighthouse campuses. Okay, and Mr. Pappas, Schaefer, and Pappas Inc. 9B. With that, I'll ask that our planning folks make the presentation. Okay.
All
we're
right.
Ready to go.
All right, so today is an informational session for a site plan review for a redevelopment of Lighthouse's campus. This is a project you're aware of. You've seen it or hinted at in various forms in the past, and you've seen this applicant come forward with a street vacation to help prepare for this site plan. So again, this is an informational session, so this is an opportunity for you to provide feedback to the applicant and for the applicant to get feedback from the commission. So the applicant is proposing to expand the existing Lighthouse complex by vacating Hovey Street between Cottage Street and Park Place Lane. The proposed expansion is 15,226 square feet and will be added to the rear of the existing office building in the form of a social supermarket. and with 2 new buildings at the rear of the property in the form of a dining center and a housing opportunity center. The site currently extends across 9 parcels with different zoning designations. The applicant will need to combine parcels, and approval of this combination should be a condition of any site plan approval. They will also have to get that street vacation actually approved by City Council before any parcel combination can be approved. The applicant will also need to secure a special exception permit from this body for the boarding of residents, and that can be handled at the same time that the site plan is handled. And the large parcel fronting on Woodward Avenue is zoned C1 local business, while the rear parcels across Hovey Street are zoned C0 office business. This gives you an idea of the location. It's right at the southern tip of the loop. Right here is the existing headquarters. They also have an existing building right here. The campus will be extending it across these parcels, with the exception, actually, not with these 2 parcels right here, but they're going to be expanding with this building to create 2 new wings here and here, parking in the back. The social supermarket will be back here. And then there will be access off Cottage Street and Park Place. This gives you an idea of the zoning. It's in a very diversely zoned area of the city, right there at the south of the loop. You have C3 across Woodward. To the north, you have some of the lighter commercial districts. I believe that's C1. And then you have R1 residential to the rear and some industrial to the south. This is the site plan as proposed by the applicant. I kind of went over it earlier, but this is giving you an idea blown up. There's the existing headquarters. In the lighter gray, those are the existing buildings. This is the existing boarding room. They're going to be expanding this 2 new wings, and then the social supermarket to the rear of the existing headquarters, parking wrapped around the building. And then there will be proper buffering here and here to protect the residents who live right here. Sorry? What changes?
Like with the road configuration?
So Hovey Street, which normally is right here, which connects Cottage Street to Park Place Street. Currently, it's just a straight connection right here. The applicant is proposing to kind of reconfigure the whole thing to make it more of a site so that you're aware you're entering a site when you come in off Park Place or off of Cottage Street. So you can technically travel across, but it won't be open to the public generally. In terms of architectural standards, there's no transparency required for residential uses. The proposed building designs include a base, middle, and cap in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The proposed materials are a brick base, brick siding, composite panel siding, cut stone, and some metal capping. Windows and floor levels are in alignment with existing structures on site, and the architectural style is complementary. The applicant will need to verify that no mechanical equipment can be viewed from the road. And then this also gives you an idea. This is the existing boarding facility right here with the 2 proposed wings. You can see that the floor levels all line up and the architectural style is complementary. The parcel is on C0 and C1 and the use is appropriate for the site. Special exception permit will be required and can be handled at the site plan approval stage. The plans provided have a small number of zoning compliance deficiencies that will need to be resolved before the applicant returns for a decision from the Planning Commission. Those deficiencies are the following. Number 1, we'll need verification that no mechanical equipment is visible. 2, Hovey Street must be vacated. This was already approved by the Planning Commission previously, but it's now sitting at the City Council level. Once this is approved, they'll be good to move forward with the site plan with the parcel combo. The parking requirement is based on the maximum occupancy of the building. The requirement for parking is 1 space per 3 persons permitted at maximum occupancy. That's for the boarding of residential residents. The plans will have to be revised in order to state what the maximum occupancy is and show the calculation for the number of parking spaces provided to verify that they have provided enough parking. Continued. Please provide bicycle parking in the amount of 1 space per 20 required vehicle parking spaces. Buffer C is required 2 trees. So 2 additional trees need to be provided. or sorry, no, 1 tree is provided, and with the calculation, they're required 2. And then lastly, per the zoning ordinance, a special exception permit is required. But as you can see, these are all very minor items that can all be addressed in terms of either providing the information or in terms of buffer C, just adding a tree. And again, here are the standards for approval, which I won't go over. You see these every time. You're going to be assessing the circulation of the site, the arrangement of the buildings, the natural features, the site layout, and compliance with the zoning ordinance. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission provide feedback to the applicant so that the applicant can resubmit by Monday, December 18th to be considered for the January 10th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Are there any questions for me?
With that, I'll start to my far left. Commissioner McGinnis.
Thank you. Reviewing the site plan, there's a proposed garage on the southeastern portion. Is that sort of like storage for, seasonal equipment or things of that sort? Or is it a garage that would be parking any type of vehicles?
I'm going to defer to the applicant on that one.
Good evening. I'm Todd with Lighthouse at 156 Woodward. That garage would host some storage for some of our facilities and possibly the work van that we use throughout the campus and our other locations as well.
Okay. And thank you very much for being here tonight and
bet.
all of your interactions with this honorable body, of course. The mention of bike racks and sort of bike infrastructure, do you already have a sense on where on the campus that might be, would be peppered around, or would you try and have it concentrated? It's okay if you haven't come to that conclusion yet, but just trying to think about the practical application of that.
Yeah, located. Yeah.
And then while he's coming up, a question for staff is, does our existing parameters allow for a trade-off where if they're short a space or two, that they could provide even more bike infrastructure? So is that something staff has considered in the future? I know other cities have begun doing that.
We can think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, no pressure. Just saying some other municipalities do it that way.
Steve Raffey, I'm with Fusco Schaefer Pappas Architects, 550 East 9 Mile Road, Ferndale, Michigan. We have located 2 banks of bicycles, bicycle racks, one at the very west side of the Lighthouse building, the current Lighthouse building, and my pointer is not very good, but in that location, we have, I think, 5 bikes. And
Those are existing?
Those are new.
New, okay.
Those are proposed. And then we have another 4 or 5 at the, what would be the housing center, again, near parking, near the entry, what would be the parking entry to that side of the development. And we've met the requirement of 1 to 20 required cars on site.
Thank you. It's really exciting to see these, latest iterations because it's becoming more and more real, seeing it take shape. So really exciting. So if I was a, patron, Cottage Street is most likely, because it connects to Woodward Avenue, depending on what reconfiguration happens with Woodward, of course, but connects to Woodward Avenue. Let's say I'm coming from Woodward and I'm turning, would I most likely be turning into the second entrance, not the main existing entrance, the first one, and not that second ramp, but essentially the third curb cut? Is that where you'd expect most, social supermarkets or the, attendees? Is that where you view them most likely entering or designated as the main entrance for folks?
Well, again, we have kind of an east campus and a west campus. The east campus is more kind of the services, basic services for off-site residents of the city. Most of those folks are going to be coming in at this first entry off of nearest Woodward. And then they would have parking along the cottage side. I don't know if that pointer is visible, but along this cottage side parking for the social supermarket portion, there is designated parking for them. The balance of the the lighthouse, existing lighthouse building and their tenants would all park at the north, west and south sides of the existing building. So that would be kind of the west half, or west of Hovey. On the east half, where the residents would be, there would be an entry, again, off of Cottage, that third drive that you had discussed. And there would also be an entry from the south from what would be Hovey and Park Place. I think that would be very secondary to any of the entries along Cottage. That might be more trash pickup and some of the service, back of house service vehicles, whereas we have provided for the supermarket specifically a ramp and a truck access to what would be a truck loading area. That would be a pretty low number of vehicles coming and going, and large vehicles would be very rare. Those would be probably maybe once a year for a full-size tractor trailer to come in. Most of them are going to be probably 25 to 40 foot delivery vehicles, vans and so forth, that would supply the social supermarket area. So most of the traffic will be kind of divided up to some degree, depending on which building you're targeting to go to.
And what is the height of the retaining wall around the ramps for the loading bays for the social supermarket? How high are we talking about?
It's pretty negligible. We're actually at, obviously at zero at the street, and I think it comes up to maybe 3 to 4 feet at the lowest part of the ramp on the east side. On the west side, it's going to, again, be very negligible. We're raising the existing parking that's here in front of the social supermarket, and it will almost be at par with the ramp at the entrance to the supermarket. So it's pretty negligible along the west side, but the grade does tend to go up as you go east and even further up as you go south. So the retaining on that east side will be from zero again to maybe a 5 or 6 foot wall.
But so if I'm a vehicle near the in the West Campus parking lot around the existing, offices and the lighthouse itself, I am not able to get to the East Campus from that north bank of parking where your faint
Correct. Yeah,
laser.
this would be a dead end in front of Wellness, or I'm sorry, in front of the social supermarket. You could go around to the south.
Yes.
And continue around and access the East Campus, or you could go out onto Cottage via this drive and come in on the north side.
Okay. And then just to defend the honor of the city council a little bit, since I'm the one that presides there and sets the agenda, we have not received a request that's ready for council consideration, but we stand prepared as soon as it is ready. Is it still awaiting documentation for staff?
Our city engineer is actively reviewing the recommendations from the city's traffic consultant. I know that as of this week, and I know the applicants have been very patient. We thank you for your patience, but we will be bringing it to city council as soon as possible. I do not have a date at this time.
As soon as it's ready to roll, we'll sink our teeth into it to give it fair consideration.
Very good, appreciate that.
That concludes my feedback and comments.
Hey, Commissioner Shepherd.
I always like following you.
You're already
No
ready
comments.
for your mic.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm ready.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Where is the primary entrance to the social supermarket?
Okay, so the Cottage Street side is where most of the entries to the buildings are. Social supermarket is here. The entry would be right here at the end of the parking. It would come into what would be an office and social services space, and then the actual market would be back behind in a higher bay area. The other entries on that west side of the campus would also be along Cottage, and then there is one tenant wellness comes in on the west side predominantly.
The reason why I asked that is I'm really not in favor of that entrance onto Hovey. I would rather see one on Woodward, but I know that's substantially more costly with more approvals. You have to work with what you have. So really, on the south side of the building, there isn't, that's almost like a secondary parking for your main facility on the west side.
Yeah, that would be tenant parking potentially for wellness, because their access point would be on this southwest corner.
Okay.
Access from Woodward would be very difficult because we've got basically a large retaining wall that runs
Right.
along. And so there's a great deal of grade that would have to be made up there. Oh, thank you.
Thanks,
We're all
Mark.
on the same page.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so we're back to green. So again, those parking spaces would potentially be the wellness and potentially the CEO parking. Those are the two tenants that currently are in the building.
For the community, you might want to spell out that CEO is not Chief Executive Officer.
Oh,
It's an
sorry.
organization.
Yeah, it's an employment, workforce development.
All of the tenants in the building, or the two tenants in the building are, again, connected in support of the use of the campus. Lighthouse has their own office space on the second floor, and will be doing some improvements to those areas. And the wellness tenant will actually act somewhat as a clinic for the residents on the campus as well. And I think, correct me, Todd, if I'm wrong, that CEO does services,
Yep.
placement and so forth.
Yep, workforce development, we partner with them multitude of times for.
So the entire campus is focused on serving the underserved public at this point. And the thought was that with the vacation of Hovey, it becomes a true campus. It's all connected. We have, particularly for pedestrians, we can get some good crosswalk activity and connection for folks, say, that come in for their economic opportunity, job placement, and some social services and so forth, could potentially come over to the dining center and use that
Okay.
on different times. And then they also would be able to connect through and use the social supermarket. So this is all working in tandem together. This building is also, or this series of buildings, is also working in tandem as support for on-site residents. So there is a natural kind of function to each end of the site, and being connected will make a big difference for them.
I know that when you previously came, we had, for the vacation of Hovey, for at least our approval to vacate Hovey, we had quite a few residents there at that meeting. And unfortunately, they're not here to express their interests, concerns, whatever. But that makes me feel better that at least that is really a secondary entrance, that it's not a main entrance where.
Well, and there is, Center does connect through too.
Right.
So without Hovey here, you could go another block over and you've got Center to access
Right.
the neighborhoods to the south and to the north.
Okay. Thank you. That addresses my concerns. Thank you.
And there was not a public hearing tonight for this case, but there will be for next month. So just to prepare everyone.
Thank you, Mark, for
Yep.
clarifying that.
Commissioner Henley?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions and comments. Now, with the redeveloped Hovey Street, is the intent for that to be two-way traffic?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, that would be two-way, both north and south, and would also serve for basically the east half of the site would have their loading and a small trash dumpster area.
this may have just been a scaling issue as the drawings made their way to us, but It's currently drawn in as a 20-foot drive rather than the minimum 24-foot drive. But my concern is really with the fact that there's the dumpster located there, truck loading and unloading, parking, pedestrian crossings, all within a relatively narrow area. I guess my comment would be, and it is also noted as a main ingress and egress route for fire trucks, delivery trucks, and regular pedestrian traffic. My comment would be that as this moves forward to maybe look into relocating the dumpster or some of those other elements to reduce the congestion in that area.
One reason for the location of the dumpster and loading is this is actually considered a dining center for the residents. We would have basically a kitchen and dining, and those main pedestrian areas would be located, or access points would be at the north and at the west side for access to the upper levels. This would strictly be service entry at this the southwest corner. So the actual conflict of loading, we would have parking here for these folks coming in and or folks from the west campus to come across via the walk and enter at the north side. So we've tried, and then for the parking access to the housing location, we've actually got this entry at the south end of the connector, and then the housing itself would have a main pedestrian entry at the southwest corner. So most of that has been kind of isolated from what would be this kind of service area of the off of what would be the Hovey right away.
If I may interject, just for everyone here, the minimum driveway width, and I just want to make sure we have this established, the minimum driveway width with the parking configured, whereas Hovey is 20 feet, not 24. So if there were other variables involved, it might be 24, but as the 90-degree angle parking only requires a 20-foot driveway.
And may I add that there is there's two sheets of drawings in the packet from our engineer that show the circulation pattern for emergency vehicles and for fire, or for major trucks. And those all work with the fire department's turning radiuses and boom dimensions and so forth. So that's already been worked through, and I think they're on board with us for that.
Okay, right. My main concern was not with the ability to maneuver, more with the two pedestrian crosswalks going through that area, and it appeared that a majority of the truck traffic was being directed right through that area.
And again, the truck traffic would be fairly limited for the east campus. The larger trucks and delivery vehicles will be coming in on the truck ramp from Cottage, from the Woodward side.
Okay, thank you for your clarifications. That's all from me.
Certainly.
Well, thank you, and thank my fellow commissioners. I have no additional questions. Do you have any additional questions or concerns or anything you'd like to state to us?
No, I think planning has been very helpful in working through some of these issues. We've had a number of pre-application meetings. I think we did probably three, one initially, and then one for rezoning, and then one prior to our site plan submission. So we've been able to iron out a lot of the issues, I think, along the way. And as you see, the comments that came through are fairly minimal. So we think we'll be able to address all of those issues and be able to submit for the 18th.
Fantastic.
And if I could just state two things, we hope the December 18th would be the deadline for January, but we definitely, if there's any issues with the traffic study, we would want to resolve that before, if it directly impacted this layout. Again, we hope it doesn't, but if it does, we'll work with you between staff and the consultant to address those issues before this comes back here. The other thing I definitely want to say is thank you to the architect, because the renderings you're seeing in your packet this evening, they really have addressed staff's concerns and really enhanced to meet requirements and give some improved aesthetics, I think, to the neighboring property. So I just want to compliment you on what you've proposed this evening.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. With that, we'll move to our next item.
Thanks very much.
This is item 9C. And this is this will be a request for zoning. Again, this is an informational session. And this is rezoning 10.2 acres from P1 to C3. So with that, Mr. Christensen.
All right, so again, this is a request for rezoning of an unaddressed parcel located between Featherstone and University. The parcel ID is 1422335010, and the applicant is Luke Holsworth. This is a split-zoned parcel. The northernmost 2 acres are already zoned C3. This is a request to bring the rest of the parcel into consistency with that C3 zoning. So today's the informational session. This is the process before you. On January 10th, that's when we would bring it back for a decision from this body. You would either recommend approval or you would recommend denial. From there, it would go to City Council for 2 readings. So this gives you an idea of what the parcel is like in context with the zoning of the neighborhood. You can see that on both sides is zoned R1 single-family residential. That's that lighter yellow color. To the south, we have some industrial. Then there's mostly commercial up along University. And again, you can see that the parcel itself is on P1 and it's entirely alone. It's sitting its own little island of P1. This is the view of Featherstone off Featherstone Street looking north from October 2021. It's kind of hard to see from this photo. It's a very irregularly shaped parcel. It's very long and thin. So it's not very wide. It goes from about within the tree length of it there to about where this power line is. It's a little over 100 feet wide, but then it's almost half a mile deep. It goes pretty far and it follows along this utility easement. This is on the north side, now looking south. This is about half a mile north of that last photo. You can see the large cut for where the railroad used to be and the utility easement. The applicant's property is the space located just west of that utility easement, fronting along University and then extending all the way back to Featherstone. The parcel in question, again, is split zoned with C3 at the northern 2 acres and P1 for the middle and southern end. The property is located with frontage along 2 major corridors in the city, Featherstone Street and University Avenue to the north and south. The parcel borders a number of single-family homes to the west and a utility easement for power lines to the east. And adjacent parcels to the south across Featherstone are zoned M2. Parcels to the east and west are zoned R1. Parcels to the north across University are zoned R3. The applicant is requesting that the entire parcel be zoned C3 to expand the number of uses permitted on site while not opening the door to more objectionable high-intensity industrial or manufacturing uses that could be a nuisance to nearby single-family homes. A 2-acre portion of the property located along University Drive is already zoned C3 in 2017. This is not part of that request. This is just to bring the rest of the property into consistency with that portion. And the applicant is aiming to develop the property primarily with a car wash along Featherstone Drive and a mini storage facility along the central portion. Mini storage facilities are permitted in the C3 district by special exception permit, which means that if he did pursue developing the property for this use, he would have to come before this body to get your permission. The C3 zoning district is intended to provide for a mixture of uses that are appropriate along thoroughfare and collector streets that have moderate to large traffic volumes. The uses permitted by right are mixed-use buildings, bakeries, banks, bars, business service establishments, childcare facilities, funeral homes, galleries, offices, personal service establishments. I won't name all of them, but you get the idea. It's a pretty all-encompassing commercial district. And then by special exception permit, uses that would be permitted are automobile service, unlimited outdoor retail, packaged alcohol beverage retail, mini warehouses, movie and television production, cemeteries, community service facilities, public parking, colleges or universities, major utilities, large indoor recreation, drive-through facilities, and wireless telecommunication facilities. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there are the 10 standards for approval. They are consistency with the goals, policies, and objectives of the master plan. You must take into consideration environmental features, evidence the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment under the current zoning, which again only allows parking. And I didn't touch on this earlier, but the reason the property is zoned P1 parking is because of the old Silverdome, which used to be located right across the street. There is no longer a use and need of that much overflow parking, and so that's the primary reason that the site now sits vacant and is in need of a new classification and a new use. Again, moving on through the standards of approval, you'll want to assess compatibility of all the potential uses with surrounding uses, the capacity of the city's utility and services, the capability of the street system, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district, the requested zoning, that the requested zoning district is considered to be appropriate, that the rezoning the land is considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted or special land uses, and rezoning will not create an isolated or incompatible zone. Staff's analysis, the master plan's future land use map classifies the subject property as traditional neighborhood. The topography of the site is a concern. Near the eastern property line, there's a significant change in elevation from the subject parcel down to where the old railroad tracks are. You could kind of see that in that photo earlier. Under the current designation, the property is only permitted to be used for parking. There is no need for parking at this location, so the zoning ordinance as written effectively prohibits any new development on site. And this rezoning request and future site plan should consider the adjacent residences, and ideally the applicant will offer conditions to address concerns about off-site impacts on these residents. City's utilities and services are sufficient to accommodate the proposed zoning district. The site has frontage along major corridors in the city, and that long central portion used to have access on Emerson. I checked historic photographs. It looks like at some point in the 80s, access was removed to that central section of the parcel, so now there's only access on the north and south. And lastly, from the city's perspective, there is no reasonable return for this parcel with the current P1 zoning designation. And so with that, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission provide the applicant feedback on his request in preparation for the January 10th public hearing.
Thank you, Corey. I just want to kind of add a couple things here. This got an approved rezoning in 2017 for this 10.25 acres, but because it was a conditional rezoning, it was not developed in 2 years by state law. It had to revert back to P1. So that's where we're at today. You know, when you look at this property, and Corey, can you bring up the image of the zoning district that you have outlined? There's a couple things I just want to point out just for everyone. Really, when you're looking up at University at the north and Featherstone at the south, there's roughly two plus acres up by University, maybe an acre and a half that really you could develop a standalone site, traditional site that you'd see on a thoroughfare. But this is really unique to have a parcel this narrow and to be able to get the utilities and services and roads in there. Now, when you look to the north of University, the very top, that's green, that's multifamily residential. It is just a little wider than what this property is. So they were able to build multifamily residential right up to those power lines. But when you look at this parcel, it is narrow. And so the reason this is an informational session tonight is really for Planning Commission to get introduced to the applicant, get introduced to this proposal, but the applicant at this time has not offered conditions. And, you know, there's not a lot of uses that would fit in here, period. It is very challenging to get single-family homes, again, because it is so narrow. So, you know, for the excluding along the thoroughfares, the applicant's wanting self-storage. And, you know, there may be some future site plan items there, but anything planning commission can give feedback to the applicant that may incentivize him to offer conditions with this rezoning is one goal of this, if that is seeming fit by both parties, including the applicant. So I think that's all I have, and really I think we should pass it to the applicant to kind of discuss his proposal and introduce it to planning commission.
Well, with that said, one question, the prior rezoning, the rezoning that reverted, what was that zoning designation that it was approved for?
It was C3, and if I have it correct, I believe it was an urban garden, was the proposal, even though I don't know that there was anything for that. There was a clause in there that gave it a different zoning district after it expired, but we actually found that it did not comply with state law, and so that's why this is back at P1. So,
Well, thank you. The applicant, Mr. Halsworth?
Yes.
Great, sir.
Okay, where do I start? Okay, I've been there for 40 years. I think that's important to say. So, I am the guidelines, right? That's why I want to stay in control, because I don't want mess behind my house. And everything he said is basically true, except for it's not that narrow. It's actually bigger than the Newman Court Apartments property, right? It does have an undeveloped street on it already with sewer and everything in place. So it's undeveloped Richton Street, so it does run all the way the length of the property, so there's no problem with road or anything like that. I don't have a cool pointer or anything like that, but if you can see where, if you can see where the red is at the top, there's no houses at all the way down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now it's
Yep, you got it.
all right, awesome. All right, you see right here, that's where the houses start, all the way up to there. There's nothing. And down here, starting here, there's nothing. So I really think the most important part we should be talking about is behind the residence, right? Because I know that this should be developed someday. That's going to be developed. It's not just going to forever stay ugly fields, right? And we already got weed growers here and a party store here, and all this stuff going on here. So I think the most important part to me is that area behind the residence, right? I would have access here on the side of my proposed truck and Amazon, washing facility to gain access here, or even actually from this entrance, if I can have my driveway back. Well, of course it'd be put back, but there's double entrances. I could always come through there. But I think the storage idea is the only way to go. There's no noise with storages. I would be able to set when people are able to come and go. I found a new technology when it comes to locking the doors even. Now it's done with an app on your phone. So there's no clinkety. I mean, I've looked into everything you can think of, even regarding the power lines. They do manufacture, how do they put it, temporary buildings. They're not permanent structures, but they are storage units. I actually had Corey out. I gave him all the literature. I didn't keep none for myself, so I hope it's floating around here somewhere. But he did meet the gentleman from Illinois. They're very unique buildings. They can be built however, but I think that would be the best thing for the property, for people to have. Look at the ordinances we have now. We don't want people with boats and RVs and things like that. We need to have a place to put them. That's just my opinion. And my dream, right? But I've been there for 40 years. Anybody that's been here, you say you've been here a while. If you've ever seen somebody picking up bottles and cans over there, it was me, right? So, I mean, I've been here my whole entire life. Like I said, it's a dead zone. Right now, it's a dead zone for four-wheelers and people to throw trash, and it's a constant headache for me. So anything other than what it is now would be beneficial. I mean, even if I didn't exist, I think it would be beneficial to the city, even if it didn't involve me. That's just my opinion. But if you want any more professional lingo, I did bring Wendy Atchell here if you want to help me here. Explain your professional take.
Good evening, everybody. Wendy Atcho from the Farben Real Estate Group. I met Luke Holsworth a couple of years ago, maybe like 3 years ago, and we tried to actually sell the property. I actually brought with me an Excel spreadsheet of all of the different types of users that had looked at the property and the reason why that they had turned the property down. So when we talk about rezoning, why it is almost imperative that we make a non-productive asset like this or parcel to a productive property. And many of the people that have come into Pontiac, interested in being in Pontiac, originally all were residential housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, market rate housing, apartments, townhomes, senior living facilities. Those were the proper uses. And so I'm mostly a land broker, so that's kind of who I reached out to. Some of the common concerns that they had, albeit it is in an opportunity zone, so that was very helpful for me in my marketing efforts. Some of the concerns they had were obviously the shape, the narrowness, the power lines in that one video that you had pulled up. That was the most concern for anybody when they looked at a residential component. And so those power lines were difficult to explain how we could get the city to help us. We can't move those power lines. That's not feasible. So for housing, when you're looking at children, playing in the backyard, it wasn't attractive. Senior living facilities, it was difficult to create an outdoor environment for seniors in such a narrow property. So that kind of went out the window. And also, when I talked to affordable housing people, or what we call workforce housing, whether it was workforce housing or whether it was Section 8 housing or whether it was market rate affordable, the number one thing for them is in order for them to help them with their developments, they would need a very high walk score. So the property failed on walk score, bike score. We were okay on the transit score, Yeah, we were okay on the transit score, but like the Woda Group, a very good client of mine, they've done successful projects in Pontiac. I've tried to replicate that in Mount Clemens with some of my other properties. We had them look at it very deeply, but again, it doesn't score. So housing was really a non-starter. I reached out to my mobile home parks people and said, could you guys make something of this property? They also turned it down. And then we had a large company out of Taylor who wanted to do self-storage, and that's when I started talking to Luke about, you know what, maybe we take the narrowness facing the opposite side of the residential community, create either a natural barrier where the yellow is, the residential side, create like a natural barrier, maybe brick barrier with some, either a nice brick wall to kind of minimize the noise or even the crossover of the kids coming from the subdivision into the self-storage. So that's how self-storage came. Other than that, I've had people who want to plant trees here, landscapers. I had a hotel guy that was extremely interested in the property, correct, but we wanted...
Right. I'm sorry, not to interrupt, but it's a problem for everybody, right? It's either the shape or this or that. And I have to be honest, I'm never leaving Emerson. So I don't want any housing. I don't want any of that. So now here I am being very picky, right, about what I want in my backyard. And what better way, now that I've learned the car wash industry literally on my knuckles with the other car wash, right? I mean, why would I miss the opportunity upon myself to put a nice truck, semi-truck, a transit wash there that would accommodate Pepsi, Cola. You guys know what's across the street, the whole semi-truck parking lot. I mean, when them guys came from St. Louis last week, unfortunately, Corey was busy, but I invited them out too to meet these guys. They were ecstatic. They were like, I'll bring you 3 machines right now. They're just so excited about what's across the road. So there's a lot of potential. And I've done all the research when it comes to the car washes. I did bring some stuff for that. Normal traffic runs, I believe, at what? Is it 69 hertz or is it what's the terminology of noise? Jesus, it ain't hertz, is it? Decimals, isn't it?
Decimals,
I believe this machine runs at like 52 and it's in a building, so you won't be able to hear it. And if dryers would be an issue, they sell mufflers and silencers for those things. So I'm at the beginning stages of that, but the noise, I don't want to hear it, and I live right there. My preschool, kindergarten, first grade teacher, Miss Word, still lives right there. I still shovel and cut her grass. So I love my community and I love my neighbors, and I think me being in charge, me being there, that's what kept people from shooting their guns off, dumping stuff, and being a problem all these years. Why not give me a chance to at least get something out of it? I've been there for 40 years. I hopefully will be here 60 more,
So it goes back to the concept of a mixed-use development. And so I think a mixed-use development on Featherstone that would complement Pepsi, Amazon, all of those major retailers and the type of commercial traffic that's on Featherstone. And then obviously on the university side, we would do a mixed-use development there, say like a first-floor retail with office. I mean, obviously, we have to go through our own feasibility studies to see what would make sense for that area, what actually cost out. But then on the long, narrow piece, taking into consideration all those utility lines, the easement, and, how do we actually access all that when it's so narrow? We thought that we would, because you wouldn't have to build a cul-de-sac to come all the way down and around. You could kind of have ingress, egress, right? Ingress or egress from Featherstone straight one way, all the way out to University Drive by doing a one lane, either self-storage / mini warehouse kind of a thing. And then do auto wash on one end and then maybe retail on the other side. So as we know, office is kind of a tough market right now, so we don't want to build office if we can't lease it. But, maybe we build a single-story retail.
I will need an office for the storage units, right? So I would like to put myself in there for the storage. I would like a giant state-of-the-art laundromat eventually, right? I mean, it's kind of my little blank spot. I hope you guys let me grow and build, and, I already deal with like I said, all the mess, people tying dogs up they don't want anymore, and me finding them back there barely alive. It's just all kinds of stuff I've already dealt with for, since I was a young kid, made to pick up garbage by my grandmother back there. But it's like, I care about the city. I'm not going anywhere. And I thank God that I didn't finish the sale to the fake weed grower guy that didn't get it done, I didn't want that back there. So, I mean, that's it. I mean, anything you want from me, I'm able to help and accommodate. I'm the neighbor, so all it's going to do is benefit my peace, my quiet, my way of life, right? I don't want any of the lights, especially against the housing. I would want that to be the back of the storage unit buildings, so there's no light ever going that way. And I wouldn't want the lights higher than so many feet facing towards the homes. I mean, there's a lot of things I'm going to be so picky about. You know what I mean? Because of who I am and how I would do it, nobody would even know it's back there. Nobody would even be bothered in the least. Right now, it's four-wheelers and dirt bikes and couches and whatever I find back there on Sunday. Cuts, locks cut and this constant stuff. I don't know if you guys follow me on the internet, but I try to put as much of it on there as possible. But
So it just goes back to taking an unproductive asset that produces no tax revenue for the city or services for the residents and making this sort of a mixed-use development as suitable to what the property's, depth, size, utility, and then obviously at the pleasure of City Council. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. With that, let us get our comments and questions from our fellow commissioners, and I'll start with Commissioner DeVaul.
So yeah, I know that area very well, and I think there used to actually be a laundromat next door to Pepino's. I still call it Pepino's right there. It's probably out of business, has been so. But I would like to see. I wouldn't want to see another dollar store or a liquor store over there. And
trademark don't come back. We'll talk about that later.
yeah, that's another conversation. But yeah, I'd like to see some growth, economic growth there, and I think that the community would too want to see something better. I see a lot of loitering, a lot of especially in the summertime. You live there, but yeah, I'd like to see some more activity. Farbman, which Farbman office do you work out of?
So my main office is in Southfield, but I do office leasing at Bingham Farms at 13.
Okay, so I know Andy pretty well. Andy, yeah.
Oh,
mhm.
phenomenal
Yeah,
family.
yep,
phenomenal
yep,
family.
yep,
That's
yep.
actually a farm-owned
Yep.
family asset, so I like to.
I know him,
manage that for
I
them.
know him well, thank you.
Yeah, very
Yep. Good, that's all I got. I just want to see better development, better activity, better, because they deserve it. It's a lot of people over there that want more. I know a lot of families over there, they want more, but they're, tainted by their environment as well. So glad to see you there, glad to see you've been promoting the area. Like to see more. That's it, thank you.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you very much for your commitment, continued commitment to your neighborhood, your people, your city of Pontiac. And thank you for bringing this application, conversation for our consideration. The unique piece of land, and obviously P1 ain't it, so a change is necessary.
Yeah.
And that's a foregone conclusion. The question is, what's the right change for the land and future uses? I'm really curious how long those north parcels on Featherstone, in addition to the one you own, how long they've been vacant? Because I can't remember when there was something there. Was it when did they expand Featherstone and they must have taken out houses or small businesses? Because it's so wild. If anyone's familiar, if you drive on Featherstone, it's kind of like got this natural embankment, very neglected, kind of overgrown, but kind of just like grassy. And it's a real shame because the neighborhood deserves better. There's a lot of residences along Cameron and Kenilworth and Emerson, of course. And this neighborhood has been underserved by these two unique corridors. And I think that's in part the purgatory of the Silverdome's heyday and then decline and then demise. And so I think that we need to look creatively about how we can allow the neighborhood to grow and see a new chapter. I'll, of course, want to know how we can provide safeguards for residents because there are dozens of parcels that will abut it. And I do want to point out for the community's benefit is that is now, the former rail bed is now owned by the city of Pontiac. It's in public hands, and it continues southward into Murphy Park. It goes over M59 in a really unique way and continues into Murphy Park. And the long-term vision, not that it's been committed in stone to me, but that would be a fully operational trail that's active and safe and maintained, and that's the vision. So we want to make sure that whatever the zoning is complements that or doesn't, totally box that out of reality. But regardless of that, that's a unique slice of land to interact with both the neighborhood and that trail in waiting, I guess we can call it. Funding has been acquired for some of it, but I don't think all of it. That'll be sort of all of this piecemeal trying to get state funding, private donations, federal funding, because the idea is that it goes all the way up and connects to J.C. Park. So we have these sort of large signature parks that are served by this trail, which can really hopefully help future scoring when it comes to accessibility. I want to confirm with staff that a C3 zoning wouldn't preclude residential. It just means that it has other options and uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that the door is closed on residential for this land. It just means that it's not the only option if we wanted to, rather than P1, do some level of R residential. My other question or consideration is about the width. How wide, I know it's spelled out here, but can you share for us, how wide is it for the bulk of, at its narrowest point going up? How wide are we
So
talking?
I don't have that exact number. I think it's actually about 300 feet. The applicant might know better. It's just a little bit, I lost my
pointer.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a little bit more narrow than the residential parcel to the north across University that also fronts along the trail there. It's just a little bit more narrow than that one.
Okay. And I apologize, I'll revisit the area so I'm a little more familiar. The residents of Harrington Hills that are on sort of the western parcels, that they were looking out over the hill and dale of the trail, they should be able to, do they easily see your parcel of land, or is there natural vegetation that kind of already blocks them? And if you go to the microphone, just we're required to record it.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, yeah, okay.
see, they're lower than I am.
Okay.
Actually, from my kitchen window, I can see their roofs. But they are lower. When all the trees are dead and things like that, we can start to see like each other's lights only when they pull into their driveways there. I'm not sure what that road is on the very end, right over here. But they all face away from the parcel. All their front doors are the
Right.
other way, you know, so.
But mainly it's vegetation, most,
Yeah,
for a good.
it's all vegetation, and I want to note that the city pays, I don't know how much money every 2 years to go behind every house on Emerson to maintain the trees underneath the electrical lines all the way, that whole thing, right? Every like 2 years, it has to cost a lot of money. I sure would like to get rid of all of them and put some shrubs or something there and just call it good. So, I mean, it would save money even for the city, maintaining those trees underneath those power lines. Behind my Emerson houses is what I'm saying. It's like every 2 years they're back there for like a couple weeks in between everybody's houses, cutting the trees. So I think it's beneficial in every way.
When there was parking all along this unique strip, was there any pavement asphalt?
Yes.
Okay, and so is there some remnants of that, or is it all sort of gone back to the earth?
Yeah, I could bring a machine actually, and the road is actually pretty good underneath there. 20 years of just sitting, it just grew on top of it. I can literally remove the road from Featherstone all the way up and out into University, but the driveway was removed when University got redone, but that's another struggle for me.
Yeah, did they have the driveway and then patrons parked on the grass? Or
No, it was all gravel. It was
Gravel,
all,
okay.
It was all gravel and millings, I believe, when I was young, and there was no trees against the fence whatsoever. We could just hop over the little fence and then over the big fence as kids and just be in there. So you could park literally against the fence. There was never a bush, a tree, like stopping people from seeing each other, like, seeing people tailgate or party until 1 a.m. So, I mean, we're used to having grills not put out and just people leaving, and all kinds of rodents. So, I mean, it's better sitting there empty other than what we used to deal with when it comes to like tailgating until 3 a.m.
Yikes.
But now it's been useless for so long.
Man, we have such an interesting city. So many interesting things that
You know,
happen.
I don't know. I don't know. I literally had my first kiss on that property. I picked up bottles. You name it. I'm sentimentally involved. But like I said, if I wasn't a sentimental person like I am, it just makes sense, I think, for the city to have something better than a parking lot.
When did you acquire the property?
I've always been involved. It's been 2017, and then I signed an official agreement with my uncle in 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to staff, would self-storage be legally classified as mini storage or mini warehouse, excuse me?
Yes.
Because I saw on the list that requires special exception permits, a mini warehouse, meaning there would have to be a public hearing and there would have to be an approval in this public body if that was the route to go.
That's correct.
And that would spell out sort of what would be the configuration and access points and all that jazz. It's the special exception permit isn't just, can I have a mini warehouse? It's, can there be a mini warehouse and how would it be configured? Is that right to interpret?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Do you mind if I answer this?
Go for it.
All right, so how I want to differentiate this between a special exception permit, which is reviewed by planning commission, versus like a conditional rezoning is, if they're proposing a self-storage site and they want to enhance and have brick on the residential side, that really is something that you're really approving as part of the special exception. It's that use specific. But if the applicant wants to volunteer something that is a little bit more generic about the property, that maybe about the land use that's proposed, or maybe the specific type of buffer that's in place, that can be done at a conditional rezoning. I wouldn't want to put, hey, we're going to put a brick wall up, be too generic or pin yourself in too much. But really, there is two opportunities here to do that. Now, there are some uses for C3 that still could go in here if there's not conditions placed. And so really, while a site plan would be required through planning commission, there may not be as much ability to go above and beyond, what the zoning code allows. So that really is the difference between that special exception and a typical site plan of what is already permitted.
Well, I'm 100% down for whatever. That's why I had Rachel, Corey, Justin. I think that I had everybody out to meet me at the property with the storage unit guy, kind of talk about everything. I'm not going to move forward. I'm sure I'm going to have 1,000 renderings and 1,000 drawings and engineer going crazy and all that stuff. We're at the very beginning. But yeah, it has to be done perfect, like absolutely perfect, or I don't want it done.
Yeah, there were original, we had
Can you go up to the mic? Okay.
we had the professionals out from, where'd they come from?
Illinois.
They came from Illinois, and we organized a site tour of the property just to kind of have Rachel and Justin, all of the community members, and Corey, and come out to kind of reacquaint yourself with the property. And then the guys from Illinois came in and showed us what the product actually looks like, and then they of course would help us design it according to property specific, of course, in collaboration with everybody. So we have the original marketing brochure. So we've already touched on that too. So on kind of what it is, what it's going to look like, how it's going to get positioned, and then, like you said, is it truly high-density self-storage, like an 8-story vacant office building? No.
The parcel is, apart from what was carved off at the north, it's one parcel we're talking about, or is it a hodgepodge of multiple parcels?
This is one parcel that includes both the P1 district and what was previously rezoned and is C3 up along University.
Okay. And in terms of, if you can pull up the slide about surrounding zoning parcels. So C3 only exists in the northern tier there. Is that C1 along University Drive?
Yes.
That pink, that salmon is C1. And what's that, a higher residential a little south of that on University? We've got homes as you get closer.
So I'm not sure this is the Amazon site,
yeah.
so I think that's a mixed use.
Is it? Is Amazon an MUD, a PUD?
I might have to look that up, but
Okay.
something like that. Then you have industrial, then residential.
What's the green?
The green, that's another residential, that's a higher density residential.
Oh, okay.
So the Amazon site is SP, which is a special purpose. We don't actively work with that, but I think that zoning district allowed for the approvals that took place once that was redeveloped. So
Does staff know the width of the former rail bed that's now, municipal? It's okay if you don't. I'm just trying to get a sense on.
My estimate would be 150 feet, but that's just eyeballing it.
Okay. And so obviously it's somewhat same configuration as it travels north and south. So whatever the embankment does in between the industrial zoning and the special, even south of this, would be what it is, and that's the zoning that it's kind of buttressed by on either side. Is there a scenario where something can be zoned at different levels of the same parcel? Or you must have a parcel has a zoning?
yeah, a parcel has one zoning district, but that's where we would get into an overlay district.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that we've had strategic conversations with the applicant about creating an overlay district specifically for this, but I think we can keep that idea in place, if anything would be suitable for the best interest long-term. But what interest do you have, Councilmember McGinnis?
Oh, well, I'm just asking because it seems like a no-brainer that those parcels that are facing Featherstone, even the other ones that aren't P1, they are, R1, that it's kind of, they're almost like doomed to, this dormant status. And that's unfortunate because of the way that Featherstone is used. It doesn't seem like the right fit. But specifically for this prospective application, I think that it would be very viable facing on Featherstone. Obviously, it's already rezoned closer to University, but the rest of that's north of University. The harder part is just the unique strip, because in theory, by approving this rezoning, we as the city could be saying, hey, you 28 property owners along Emerson along the east side, in theory, probably not likely, but in theory, a nightclub, or something crazy because of just
Yeah.
what C3 allows. Because not everything requires a special exception to come to us.
To be fair on that side, there's probably only 11 homeowners.
11, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of vacant land.
A lot of renters and things like that too that come and go within 3 months, 2 months.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking because we have to look beyond just you as the applicant. We have to think, because we're sort of
Yeah.
saying forevermore, this is what the land could be used for.
Okay.
No sort of checks with us. We're basically saying this is what C3 would allow, and it allows a lot of that stuff. So it seems really viable on the ends, and then the question is what protections can we do for current and future residents and property owners that are next to, they are residential. So right now, residential, all they have next to them is P1. So it's kind of locked in this dormant parking purgatory, and we'd be unlocking it, which is great, but also could open Pandora's box, even if, Luke and Mike no longer are on this planet. What does that mean for the land and the surrounding land
It's going to
use?
be storage units passed on to my children, I hope, guys. I mean,
So,
come on.
going back to the residential, so that would make perfect sense, except those utility lines have been a huge detriment or a barrier to residential development. Whether we talked about seniors, or housing for young families, it's those, if it's very difficult to conceive how we could rearrange those power lines.
Yeah,
So
those are big boys.
yeah, that middle piece is just very difficult for anybody. I could never see somebody wanting to use a heavy use or build anything, whether it's heavy manufacturing or a gas station or a nightclub. That middle piece is always going to have to be something that's going to be a contiguous, long development. And the only thing that's contiguous would either be a shopping center clear across from University down to, and that's a huge shopping center that's in line with no frontage. So nobody would lease any space from him if we did a shopping center. So the only logical asset class is storage, is mini storage or a warehouse park.
And don't forget me, like, I'm not gonna sell it to somebody even for
Yeah.
$10 million for residential, because I'm not leaving. I don't care. I'm more
We
of a
just have
leaving-
to, we're legally required to
Right.
look beyond the
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
I just don't care about the money part. I want them to leave a legacy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I don't care, like I told Tim, the mayor, I said, I don't care if you give me 10 billion, bro. I'm not selling it. I'm done. Now my mind's made up and I'm developing and this is where I wanna go.
Yeah.
And I think I have the people in place now, that could help me get there. So, yeah, all the special contingencies that need to be put in place regarding storage and all that, I'm down for all that. That's why I brought them immediately. I didn't even have to say I was meeting anybody there, right? I want everybody involved, 100%, even the neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even when we begin the process, officially begin the process, and we go through work session meetings, those work sessions would be a dialogue between, the owner, the architect and engineer, and of course, the planning commission. Well, we would go back and forth. There's no fixed idea of what we want to do. So if in work session something comes up and, a concern comes up, we're willing to have some kind of a conditional rezone or something like that until an actual development is done. But I think once we kind of begin deep dialogue at work session, then we can kind of say, like, you're right, we're going to exclude heavy manufacturing or.
Right. But the conversation of, do we have a parcel with multiple zonings on it? We
Yeah.
do right now. One has C3
Yeah.
at the top and a lot of it is P1, right? So I think we have that actually already. One property with multiple zonings on it, right?
Was it split back in 2017, you think?
No.
Or was it already kind of a separate?
It's always been one parcel, but it was really two rezoning requests in 2017.
Okay.
And I don't know if that came out of discussions with the planning commission. I found this from the city council minutes and the resolutions, but I don't have a lot of, the city does not have a lot of records beyond that, so.
Well, I think I've monopolized the question, so I'm going to stop. But it's an honor to be your city council person. Though others.
Sorry if I took forever.
No. I kept opening a lot of Pandora's boxes here, so I'll leave it at that. And
me, Mike, I'll talk all night with you, man.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Shepherd, your thoughts?
I'm going to be a little quicker. So, hi Wendy, I didn't recognize you, by the way. So I had a plant in front of me earlier. Nice to see you. You have a great agent, right? So, but I think what we're doing tonight is just taking a parcel that's zoned wrong and changing the changing that. There's nothing's being asked for right now. We're not committing to storage, we're not committing to a car wash, we're not committing to anything. It's just, unless I'm hearing something wrong, but all we're doing right now is making this parcel usable, because it's not usable right now because it's parking. So it seems like we're jumping the gun a little bit on what we're doing, because we all know it's a dead piece. Can't do anything with it. Wendy's explained it. Yeah, nobody's putting residential there. Storage is the best use, but that's not what we're here to discuss. Really, we're here to discuss taking it away from that so you can start marketing this to the people that can use it. So that's all the comments that I have. So,
Commissioner Sinclair.
No comments at this time.
And Commissioner Henley.
Yes, so I don't want to repeat a lot of the stuff that's already been said before, but this parcel does need to be rezoned, but my primary concern is with protecting the residential owners on both the east side and the west side of this parcel. And I think as we move forward into the rezoning, that there's a couple things that are conditions that you may want to consider to make our job a little easier. For example, there's a lot of uses that are allowed in the C3 district that you already mentioned are not viable or have no interest in. Well, you could supply conditions stating that those wouldn't be permitted uses. Or in the C3 district, the max building height is 35 feet. I'm assuming no one wants a house that's going to sit up against a 3+ story building. And if you don't anticipate that you'll ever do something to that extent, then you could supply conditions lowering the maximum building height or additional screening where it's next to those residential lots. So just a couple things that you can think about as we move forward that could make it easier for us to look at. Thanks.
And if I may add, just for clarity to the applicant, those conditions must be supplied by you in writing to us. So you have to think it over, and then if you could supply that to staff.
I have the same sentiments that this piece of property right now, as is zoned, as is configured, is a very, very challenging piece of property to develop. The Silver Dome came along, and somebody had this piece of property. They got it for parking, and I guess it served them well during that time. But the Silver Dome's no longer here. When we considered redoing this property, I forget what it was, 2017, 2018, I was on the Planning Commission at that time. If you say there were only 11 homeowners along that stretch of property and renters, we did have a nice turnout of people who came to the public hearing about rezoning that property. And I believe it was for an agricultural use. Greenhouses, the person that presented it to us said they were going to put up greenhouses and would grow herbs and other things on contract to supply to local restaurants.
It was a Tarragon group, but it was all employed to grow marijuana, so I got rid of the deal.
Okay.
Tarragon. Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't want them there, so I filled the deal.
With their presentation to the city council, to the Planning Commission at that time, and some of the items that they agreed to and said would not happen, it was acceptable. But that's gone away.
Right.
Okay. Again, to echo Commissioner Henley, and I think all of our other commissioners, I know I'm interested in what uses one can come up with for that property, and being able to describe those uses along with any statements of what it will not be as well. But not knowing what uses you'll come up with, can't say exactly what, that's something that, again, you'll have to supply. But in terms of being open to rezoning it, yes. The C3, I do get a little uncomfortable personally. I get uncomfortable with C3 because it does allow a whole lot of things. So in saying go to C3, I know it allows one flexibility in being able to market the property, But at the same time, the use, I would really, before I would rezone it, I'd want to know what the potential use is going to be and what are some of the uses it will not be. That's just me. But yes, thank you for coming forward. And I know as I zoom along Featherstone sometimes, right there at Emerson and what is that? Emerson and University. I'm on the sidewalk. When I say zoom, I'm riding a bicycle. And sometimes when I try and make that little jog, I know that some of the trees and the limbs have grown over the sidewalk. So just a thought, just a thought.
I actually sent proof. I have that all done up nice and pretty. I don't know who.
Oh, that would be
It
wonderful.
was all done. I actually did it and sent it to Mr. Cohen, and then Mr. Cohen sent it to, I'm not sure of the gentleman's name, chunky or white. I'm not sure his name, but I did do all that. I can send you the pictures as well.
Great, great. I haven't been.
All done and cleaned out. I just couldn't do a lot because I don't have my driveway anymore. So we're stuck either parking in University or clogging up Emerson. I don't want to, I'm really needing my driveway back on that C3 end. It was taken, just want it back. It would really help me with a lot of this, you know.
Those are all the things that I would hope that one would include in their proposal, the site plan to the city, to the city planning commission, ultimately to the city council for approval. But yes, I salute you in the challenge that you have before you, and thank you. Okay. Hopefully that does give you insight as to our sensitivities, our hopes, our dreams as a commission to go forward and to look at some opportunities there. Are there any additional questions you might have of us?
No, not at all.
I know I too have lived in this area for a number of years. In fact, I used to work for the city of Pontiac during the time that the Silver Dome was being developed, and heard some of the discussions and things that were happening and not happening at that time. So again, I salute you in your challenge that you have going forward.
I remember my grandparents. We had the Michael's Locksmith Agency and the security agency right there on the corner of Emerson and Featherstone. But it had 7 bedrooms, 3 kitchens, 4 bathrooms, a real big house that used to sit right on the corner there.
Emerson and University?
Featherstone.
Featherstone. Yes. I know the house.
Yeah.
I know the house.
Michael's and Quinn's,
Yes.
That's where I grew up, was in the downstairs of there. Now I'm across the street.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been there forever. I mean, yeah, absolutely forever. So I plan on doing nothing that would be, loud or obnoxious.
Great.
Since I'm in the car wash business now, I've learned everything, what to do, what not to do, what's working, what's not working. I need to take all the stuff I've learned scraping my knuckles and do it on a major scale over there. Because the traffic is there, the Amazon trucks are already there. They're already there. Why not make them clean?
Yeah. I mean, it's to their advantage too. I mean, those trucks can have, I don't know how many pounds of dirt on them that they have to pay the fuel, and also that keeps them from carrying that weight when they hit the scales. Yeah.
I am talking to a few people. We think we should have enough room for a Tim Hortons, like an anchor tenant maybe. Tim Hortons, McDonald's, something like that. There's no food on Featherstone. And if something like that could be next door to the wash, I would love to explore that. But that's the only thing new that I've thought about. But that all comes with the space, the turnaround radius of the trucks and things like that, and how it's placed on the property. But if I can maintain an acre and a half or so for anything food related on that end for the cult excavating, Amazon, I mean, there's really nothing. If you think about it, there's nothing there.
Right.
So, I don't know, we'll see. I just think, gonna start scratching before we're digging.
Yeah. And hopefully, maybe there's even something with that bicycle route that might open up. But
yeah, I would like to put stairs up there. I was talking to the mayor about that. I said, if we can add stairs up, that would be great.
Great.
But yep, are we all good now?
Yep.
All right, cool.
fellow commissioners, can we take a 5-minute break? Sure. Would that be acceptable? Or you could continue without me? 5-minute break? Go for it. Okay. Do I need to take a vote on that, or we can just say?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh, they do want to vote.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to have a 5-minute recess.
Do I have a support? Okay. All in favor?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I apologize, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
Yeah, just carry this thing. What do you guys got going on? M1. Oh, you're the M1 guys?
Oh, I got the golf course for sale. I want you guys to buy my golf course. What's wrong with you guys that have my golf course?
Whatever, you know? I mean, it helps.
And it took forever to get it out.
You didn't do the Fonzie
Now
thing?
we're into $1 a quarter?
You walk up on the side. So this is, but Brad came to us with this idea, the guy, the original guy, and he was, we all looked at each other and really make this work. But I knew other places in the country, there's a couple of other places, but, and it's Detroit. There's a lot of cars, a lot of very. Still in the works. Is it? Really? They've got it approved.
We've done a little work with them and they kind of took it away. I just read an article, they're
Yes, he did. Yeah. I mean, we helped him in the beginning, and then we just, it's in Florida.
it's too hard.
Florida's a nightmare.
You can't go. Work the tail.
Doug worked in Tampa. How long were you there? 5, 10?
Oh, you actually were in Tampa?
Yeah, he was. 2.5 years.
I'm coming from, I worked. They just didn't have any.
We had 2 homes. In early 2000s. We did fine, but then when the market dropped
Turn
out,
in like 17 sets of plans.
the market was worse there than it
60
was
pages
here.
each.
Holy no.
You couldn't just sign the cover sheet.
You know,
You had to
yeah,
crimp
we
it.
were doing
You had to crimp. It took you 4 hours to crimp
We had
a set of
1,000
plans.
lots in Tampa.
How did that make any sense? Come on.
It took 3 years before anybody.
Your hand couldn't take it.
17 cents.
You could usually do about 2 or 3 sheets at a time. 17 sets of plans, about 60 to 80 sheets each. I had to print. Not the cover sheet.
Just crazy stuff.
Put sanitary and negative numbers. That was interesting. It was a little challenge here when you told me, lift and all this.
Mike's right, we can just put a couple little.
Just for the desk. I was thinking everything down there, but. No, we would hope, well, Paul hasn't said it. I'm envisioning just basically bar service only, nothing. It's like a little wet bar to rinse stuff off. That's all I see.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And you're right, I think you have to wrestle with it to get it out.
I know, I've lost so many drinks there. But one time, I put in the money for 1 drink and then 4 drinks. Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Have they still done any more? Are they verified with any of the same?
Corey, did you have time to put together a
Of the
thing like
actual
that
rec
for us?
center? Because I know they were doing.
As
far as I know, Jeff's still looking at it, right?
No, but I think there was a final decision that they're gonna, there's gonna be a partial bidding.
Can you do a partial demolition on a building? That's what I just, we were looking at. I just didn't know. I figured once you got one, what's that run, $5? $7 a square foot?
But at least we'll have to do it out of one building.
Yeah. I think, if we would've got it in earlier, it would've been higher on the list.
That's right, that's the reward system.
Just to give you the heads up. When we looked at all the, at one time we had all the. And then once we got across here.
We don't got, we need one more for form.
Just do it one. You put all there, I put in 3, because these are 388.
Chair, we can get started just for the sake of time this evening, and so, okay. No, there we go.
Do we need anything to restart the meeting?
Probably just, I don't think you need a motion to go back, right?
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
It's 9:17, so.
let us reopen the meeting at 9:17. I see where Mr. Duvall has had to depart for another item. Let's move to our final item. And to our applicants, I have to say thank you for bearing with us. Okay. This is, we're coming up to item 9D, And this is, again, an informational session, even though it's not on our agenda as being such. And this is a new event center and kart track. And with that, I turn it over to Mr. Christensen.
Yep, actually here.
Oh,
So
Mr. Andrew.
I'm going to give a brief presentation to set the table. Now, unlike the other informational sessions you've heard this evening, this is a concept. So the city does not have an application yet. We are expecting one next week from the applicant. They did supply what you have in front of you. We have gotten some updated site plans today that I'll include in here. But this is really the last remnant piece of their parcel at the corner of Woodward and South Boulevard. And tonight is really an opportunity to learn, provide feedback, for the site, just like every other informational session. But they have till Monday, December 11th, to submit their application. There has not been staff review and analysis on this. We've had a pre-application meeting with them that will be coming. But because this is moving forward in kind of an expedited 30-day realm, the expectation, though, is we need the full submission. And if there's any large conflicts with the zoning code, we may need to work that out before this gets to the actual planning commission meeting. Again, we very much hope that it's on the January 10th agenda. The property is zoned MUD, which is mixed use district. I want to say approximately 2014 it was rezoned. This is a former racer property. This is a new event center with a restaurant inside of it and a recreation space, as well as new garages and a karting track. And this is, I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but I think it's an adult use go-kart track. It's not just with the size of it, but I'll let the applicant speak to that a little further. We don't have the dimensions of the event, again, because these are concept drawings, but this use type would not require a special exception in this zoning district, and the proposed site appears to meet setback requirements and be consistent with architecture with the rest of the development. Now, with that said, if you've got any architectural feedback that you want to provide the applicant tonight, please do. This is the location map, and really where that red dot is, everything to the right and to the southeast of where that event center will be located. This is the zoning map, and where in the southeastern side here, really it's adjacent to P1, which is parking right here, and commercial. There's residential nearby, but not adjacent to the site, and then this is industrial and commercial along Woodward. This is the site plan that's provided in your concept drawing. I'm going to identify things from their updated plan in just a second here. So this is showing the overall site with the development down here. So Rapid Street is up here, Franklin is on the left, South Boulevard is on the right, Woodward's right here. And essentially it is this triangle piece or pie shape piece that's down here showing the layout. To zoom into this a little more, just identify what they're proposing to build as part of this. This right here, where the 21 is the location of the 3-story kind of event center, where they'd have restaurants and really be the general center of this side of the development. These are the go-kart tracks that they're designing as part of this. And then there would be garage spaces going down to South Boulevard right here, and then also at an angle right here. And then they're adding parking, again, along their entrance from South Boulevard, and also creating a lot off of Woodward. While it's not been assigned yet, we're going to be assigning a Woodward address. Right now, the address for the site is 1 Concourse. We'll be getting a Woodward address, at least for this little booth here in the very near future. These are the renderings, architectural renderings, just showing the material. I will pass that off to the applicant to describe what material they have, but there have been definitely offsets. And from staff's perspective, it does look like an envelope, at least in its current form. But my understanding in talking to them is some of the architecture may change slightly, not so much in the material, but in the design. This is the floor plan. I don't want to highlight this too much because I really think, and if I could share this with the applicant, this is more for the building department. It's good to highlight this for a few seconds, but really planning commission's looking at the use and more of what's on the outside. But they, again, have 3 stories for different uses, even an indoor golf cart track in the bottom on the lowest floor right here, where it's more of a simulation than an actual track itself. And then, you know, you have your same standards of approval with the site plan. But staff's recommendation is really just to discuss that this evening with the applicant. We have not received stormwater, so this is part of the Racer property. There are certain things that they are accounting for. We will have a full report when this comes forward, but there's nothing on that this evening. So with that, if it's okay, Chair, I'm going to pass it up to the applicant to head up to the mic and really introduce this project to Planning Commission, for their feedback.
Please. And if we can have your name and your address.
Sure.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, the mic is on. I'm just scratchy here. My name is Dave Hunter. I am from PEA Group. I at 1849 Pond Run in Auburn Hills, Michigan. We're the civil engineer and landscape architect for the project. We worked on all the phases. This is what we consider the 7th phase on this project. We've gone through the approval process with the city for those 6 other phases. It's been a while since we've been before the Planning Commission, but we were before the Planning Commission before with some of the other phases. What we're trying to do here is build a very nice center for entertainment purposes, for a karting track. And I have Jarrett Rogan here with me from Inform Studios, who is the architect for the project. He can kind of go through the building. I'm the site and landscape guy. And we have Mike Sala here representing M1 Concourse, the owners of the property, and one of the construction professionals involved with the project. He's been involved with some of the other phases of the project also. So this is about the whole property is about 83 acres. This is about 8 acres. So it's about 10% at the last little corner, like as Mark said, of the property. There's approximately, right now, I think we have 26 small garages that are all going to be for rent for electric go-karts. The plan is to use totally electric go-karts here. And we've added some more parking so we can meet the parking count requirements for the city for the different uses here. So I'm going to turn it over to Jarrett, we can talk about the site. If you have any questions about the site, I'm here
Can I
to
ask
answer.
you one question
Sure.
for Planning Commission tonight? Is this facility going to be open to the public?
You want to take it?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let Mike talk about that.
Okay.
At this point, no, it is for the members.
Okay.
There are, I'm not saying the future plans will not be some public, relatives and stuff, but I don't think it's going to be open to
Thank
all
you
the
very much
public.
for answering that. Okay.
So I'll let Jarrett run through I'm willing here to talk to you about anything you have site-related, any questions you have right now. We are working on some landscape upgrades too, especially along the screening along Woodward Avenue. Those will be a part of our application package and site plan package. And I'll let Jarrett talk about the building.
My name is Jarrett Rogan. I work for Inform Studio, 235 East Main Street, Northville, Michigan. I was asked to kind of give just a conceptual presentation, and I appreciate Mark. Yeah, the plans are understandable. They're not site plan, but it was mostly to give a flavor. The building is when we say a 3-story, we basically have a 2-story above grade, and then we have one story below grade. So what we're looking at is about a 30-foot high metal panel building. It would take cues from the existing M1 concourse. Nothing in that set. It has as Micah said, this is going to be a private members only addition to the M1 concourse family. It potentially could have some corporate events like the the Woodward Dream Cruise that it opens up. It's a big, citywide. This is, again, would be a facility that could have potential corporate. The track, if I can say, it is a all-electric EV. The owner is looking to do is one of the first in the nation. They would also have it's a professional circuit that they're looking at, so they'd like to bring competitive karting into the city of Pontiac and use this as a training facility for those individuals. And that's kind of what the I'll call them the cart condos would be for. So if you have professionals coming in, that those leasing, that they would possibly be bringing their own electric carts and that they would be storing them into those. So those cart condos would basically be the representation of what's out there on the site right now. Metal panel facility. It would have a garage at the lower level. Upper floor would be for observation deck. But the main building basically there is what you're looking at is it'd be a mirror, kind of the mirror image of what's out there right now, the X Center. This would just be observation deck that you're looking out over the cart. It would have a restaurant owner, but it would be mostly for all members. It's a 20,000 square foot facility we're looking at right now. 3 floors, approximately about 6,500 to 7,000 square foot per floor. Other than that, Mike, is there anything you want me to?
I mean, this is a concept that, Paul spent a lot of money actually to make, probably going to be the first electric racetrack. And it's not going to be a go-kart type of a race vehicle. I mean, he's invested hundreds of thousands of dollars on designing a unique vehicle that is not a go-kart. It looks like a vehicle. So, and the whole goal of this thing here is basically, it's really a replica of what we have currently, with the exception that it's an electric concept. And there are more things for family entertainment, like if you're members, now your family can come and enjoy things there. Like, they can play golf. There's, multiple simulators. So it's a fun center, basically. That's the concept in here. Thank you.
I guess, Mark, we would open it up for questions from council.
Yes, thank you. We'll start with, want to start over this way?
Start on the right side this time?
Okay. Commissioner Sinclair, please.
I have got a good one for you. It's an electric cart. What decibel sound does it emit?
Probably, if anything, it's probably close to none, really.
That is great to hear.
Yes. I would like to say 0, but it's not 0.
There's no such a thing as 0, but close to none, yeah.
So it's comparable to an electric vehicle?
Yes, it would be like your electric vehicle,
It is
yes.
exactly, yeah. Okay. It's going to be a Paul's lot out version of Tesla.
All right. That's my question. Thank you.
Well, we'll just keep on around if we can. Commissioner
Yes.
Henley?
I'm sure I will when it comes to the full site plan review, but as of now, I don't really have any questions. I'm really excited by this project, and it seems like a very cool way to round out this development.
Commissioner Shepard.
Well said. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have questions. It's dream world, so, I've talked to Paul, I think a couple of years ago, he was talking about doing this track, so thanks for bringing it to
We're all
Pontiac.
excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's dream world. I mean, those garages have proved to be spectacular. So I'm assuming, are these mini versions of the big ones? Are these private garages, or you said they're for rent?
They're only for lease.
Oh, so
Yeah, just to give
like
you a little.
long-term leases, or is this like you bring a car in and you lease it for the weekend?
No, you lease the entire garage. So it opens it up for members, additional members that, instead of spending hundreds of thousands to buy
Right.
one, now you could lease one.
You can lease one, so, yeah, well done, it'll be fun to see it, so, that's all I got.
Good evening. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to consider this concept level. How many of the 4 lease garages are we contending with?
26.
26.
Yeah, two buildings, a 17-unit and a 9-unit facility.
Is the 9 unit the one that kind of
Yes,
juts
the
off?
angle, yes,
Okay, so
along
17
south.
and 9. And What is the square feet of the events center in comparison to our 20,000 square feet X center?
Well, it is actually, it's being mislabeled. It is the X Center.
Okay.
It's not the event center.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said the X, yeah.
I'm referencing the existing beautiful structure that
We
exists.
have currently.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
And I apologize if I'm mislabeling it, but that event center,
The
what's the size of that?
existing M1 Event Center is roughly about 32,000 square foot.
Okay, that's helpful to provide
yes,
context for where
yes.
this is in relation.
Yes, about-
And was Inform Studio the architect for that
Inform
project?
Studio also perform, yes, perform.
Did you
services.
win awards for that? Because you deserve to.
They deserve
Are
it.
we allowed to? Okay, yes, we have won a gold medal award from the Michigan AIA, and we are up first. Yeah, I was for a national. I'll let Mike if you want to.
That's okay.
Yes, we are up for a national AIA award for that. So we're very proud and we're very honored to be part of this phase
Well,
again.
we're pleased that an architectural gem of that caliber is located in Pontiac, Michigan, and for any further structures, we hope to have similar wow factor. I think that this is a great addition. I do encourage the operations, the management of M1 to consider how the community can interact with that for signature events a few times a year, student, occasional student outing, something like that, because this is a very accessible way that the community can feel that interactive tie-in with M1, where it fits into the business
And
model.
absolutely, that's, as everybody knows, we've been very active with the community. I mean, M1 has been partnered with the city of Pontiac in many venues. So that's absolutely.
I'm pleased to hear about the Woodward address tie-in. I think that's cool. There is now a service station. Is that fully constructed and complete? I know that came.
That is completed, yes.
Okay.
And in operation now.
And should the community expect other sort of components, or is this the final component for the foreseeable
I
future?
think this is the last of the vacant
Well,
land,
it's
correct?
The last of there's some stuff available, there's some land available still, but we don't, currently, there's no plans for it, yeah. So,
That's
I
helpful
mean,
to know.
they're using it for stands and for temporary parking, but there's no plan for it right now.
And there's some.
But I don't want to say there couldn't be someday in the
yeah.
future.
It appears that there's been some elevation changes that have been done in this corner. Was that done in anticipation of this project to come? I'm thinking about, before grass was planted, it's not definitive. I don't need to know that per se, but I'm just curious in part, if someone is traversing along either Woodward Avenue or South Boulevard, what's their vantage point going to be? Are they kind of looking at like the middle of level 1 and then up of the X Center? They're not necessarily going to be seeing, or would they be able to see, the electric track and the car zooming?
The goal, I think, they won't be able to see the electric track itself because we're going to have to create some kind of berms around the parameters with landscaping. It's required, I think, from last hour meeting with Mark.
Can you break that down for us a bit?
There's some perimeter landscaping. I don't know that we have just along between, around where the fence is. And so I think I don't think we've done a full evaluation of that yet, but I think we will once we get the application. But typically, when you have non-residential uses, you've got to put some trees, landscaping or trees, between the use and the street there. So it'd be no different.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that along south, it is screened, there's a pretty, the trees that are planted along there are large bushes, really, and it is pretty screened, and there will be a little bit of a berm along that side. The intent is that if you're driving along Woodward or South or looking into the space, the focus is going to be on the building, not on the track. So, and then on the east side, along Woodward, we're going to add some additional screening on that side to fill, because there's a pretty good, decent screening right on the corner too, where the signage is now. There's 6-foot-high ornamental grasses right now. And then there's trees part of the way up Woodward, north of the corner, but we're going to add some more screening as we keep going north along Woodward there.
And one of the things he mentioned about the building being visible is so this rendering is the only rendering I've seen. So we're hoping with this submission next week to get more architectural. But, this is really a prominent building for this site. And there's a lot of buildings there, but this might be the prominent one facing Woodward and South Boulevard. And, staff has suggested uplighting, really to highlight this building, especially at night, really just give it a great ambiance. I know the Fiesta lights that are out there already do that in a different way, but just to really, you have an opportunity here with this building, so.
I'd like to echo that because I think once the, sort of bistro style, or you saying Fiesta, the lighting over the event center entranceway, it really is remarkable as we're, people are entering or leaving our city. And I think that where it fits in cohesively, lighting is very powerful there, in part because it's such a large space and the thoroughfares aren't that sort of like bright. There's not a lot of other competing light area that I think it really would pop. Thank you for answering my questions about how it would interact, what would be sort of the line of sight, because I think that'll be important. Commissioner Sinclair hit the nail on the head that a lot of residents wouldn't want to know, that they don't want more complicating, noise factors, which it doesn't seem this would be. Is the parking requirement that we've seen in the scenario that there's an event, fully operational, it's active, and there's something at the event center? Is it sort of like the worst case scenario parking, or is it a scenario where it's just sort of what would be reasonable use? What's the threshold there?
No, so we have set standards in the ordinance for like recreation, which would apply in this situation for the standard operation of the site. When there are special events that go on, at that time, there's a special permit, and it would be reviewed there to make sure there's enough parking.
Okay, parking, sort of in that crunch time would be reviewed case by case.
And this may be a continuing conversation we have with you guys about, ongoing uses, particularly like on weekends and stuff like that, if the parking across the street is really activated and being used as part of that as well. So on the south side of South Boulevard, so.
And I got one quick question. Earlier tonight, I heard, I think it was Corey saying, for the bicycle parking, there's one per space, or one per 20 parking spaces.
Correct.
Now, we did that, but we didn't count the bicycle parking for the spaces across the street. Is that acceptable?
So it's not based off how many parking spaces you've provided, it's based off of how many parking spaces are required by the ordinance. That number divided by 20 is what is required for bicycle parking. So if you have parking in excess of what is required by the ordinance, you won't have to worry about that overflow necessarily.
Okay, so basically we got, say, give or take 1,000 required parking spaces. Would we really
So I'm
need-
terrible at math, but divide that by 20.
50 probably. I mean,
I think that's 50.
is there an exception to reduce that?
I'll have to look in the ordinance. It's possible. It's possible.
Especially as an event center that, I think the way you guys are operating, almost like a private club necessarily, I think we can take a look at our zoning code to see if that'd be required. But at this current time, you do not have parking spaces on site. Is that correct?
For the biking?
For bike parking,
Well,
correct?
we're looking at putting them in right now, and that's why we're wondering if we have to go and put.
Are you, so if I may ask, are you interested in putting bike parking spaces in?
I don't know if it's even necessary. I mean, who's gonna come to M1 on a bike?
I understand the question. Yeah, exactly.
Nobody.
We will evaluate, and I think as part of the site plan process between application and planning commission, if we have any follow-up questions, we might let you know, but we'll evaluate that then.
Do we ask that, or do we put those notes in our plan submittal?
I recommend putting notes in, and if we need to work through anything, we'll give you a call.
Okay.
And notes help me when I'm doing my review. So yeah, if you could shine a light on that number, that'd be helpful.
And then my final question would be, what's your target timeline? I know everyone will say as soon as we can and as soon as the city says yes, but obviously this seems to be very expedited. You're moving quick.
Our goal to break ground no later than May of 24, I'm sorry.
And then how, are we looking at 6 months for completion, or what do you think?
No, I think it will be probably more like 8 or 9 months completion. Yeah.
What's the length of track you have proposed?
It's about 0.6 of a mile.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions or comments, but I appreciate you providing a lot of thorough content for us and the residents to be able to digest. And so for the community's benefit, it would be only required as site plan review. There's no special exception permit. There's no public hearing that'll be held.
You are correct. There is no public hearing. It is just a site plan that will come back in the future.
But so if community members want to learn more or offer feedback, attending that January meeting, that's when we expect, if submissions come in appropriately, that next planning commission, which due to the holiday won't be the first Wednesday.
It'll be the
in
second.
January. It's the second Wednesday in January, which is the 10th, right?
Yep. So our agenda will be published on January 5th, whether it's on there or not.
Thank you. Yes, that M1 concourse has been a really spectacular development of unused properties. 80 acres, I believe it was, and that was the old General Motors truck and coach facility, which I worked in for about 5 or 6 weeks before I said, when I was going to college here. I think there's a number of very positive things that have happened in the area. You mentioned M1's concourses work with the community, the M1 transportation piece. That's great. I do live in that area. I live very near that area. In fact, I'm, full disclosure, the secretary of the Neighborhood Associations of District 1. And this is just a informational association of the different block clubs that are in the District 1 area. But one thing I want to share with you that we've had an occurring complaint that we've had presented at our meetings is that of noise.
What was it again?
Noise.
Noise, yeah.
In fact, I believe your last big event, Speed Week or something, where you had some of the older race cars coming, and I don't, was it a Chaparral or that Chevy powered car that wowed everybody a number of years ago? But as those cars are circulating on the track, we had the city to come out with their little decibel meter, and they got a reading that says that was in excess of the decibel level that was allowed by the city ordinance. Maybe that was a special event, we don't know. But the neighbors have been complaining about that noise level. And I sat on the city planning commission at the time that this was originally proposed. And I remember we were assured that we would meet the decibel noise level. Now, noise, I understand, is a kind of a particular thing. I mean, I'm not an acoustics engineer. I know it ripples and it goes. And to really understand how that noise is going to propagate from one place to another, you really need to do a map of the whole area. And I know our residents in that area are even at the point where they're looking at engaging someone to do that sort of study. I think it would behoove you that if this development can also incorporate some things to decrease the noise, that would really be a plus, a win-win for everyone. I don't know how that'll affect the noise as it propagates especially to the neighborhoods that are to the south and to the west and the southwest. But that's where we're getting the majority of our complaints. In addition to the noise, we're also talking about traffic. That cars and coffee operation you have is greatly attended, well attended. In fact, it's attended so well that we've even looked at changing the traffic patterns up and down the neighborhood streets, because the guys come with their very high-powered cars, and you get a V12, and that moves a whole lot of air, even if you're just revving it to like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 RPM. That's a whole lot of sound. And at maybe 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning, that can be very, very discerning. So that would be another area to address, I would hope would be addressed in these plans. I mean, this is aside from the plans that so far look great. The limitation of it being a electric cart track only, not having those little high-powered, high-running, noisy two-strokes that some of the Formula One drivers have cut their teeth on. I know that most of the electric vehicles, with the exception of gear noise, are fairly quiet vehicles. I don't know, there might be some screeching of the tires as they go over the track, but I'm not sure how many decibels that would be. So these are some of the concerns that hopefully could be spoken to in your site plan if you come here. Let you know the residents of the area are looking at doing an actual mapping, engaging a an environmental expert, because they are concerned about the level of sound that they have around them. And you got a great facility there, you know, but it's the old saying about, 15 attaboys are wiped out by one all shuckins. You know what I mean? So those would be some of the concerns I would hope. Traffic and noise. If you can speak to those two items in this improvement, that's great. Oh, one other question. I did notice the development of the gas station, and that has racing fuel. Is that racing fuel, is everything that's being sold now unleaded? Or are there still some of the...
The racing fuel that it's 110 octane, I think, that is leaded. That includes lead.
And that's another issue. Okay, that's still another issue. We'll have to take that up later on. Just a little history.
Yeah.
At the corner of Nebraska and Holland, that's now all wooded over. But that at one time was a city park. In the winter, it had a softball field that would be flooded, and we would skate there. In the summer, it was a softball field. And then just to the west of that, at the corner of, Nebraska and Hillsmont, I think it was a park. And they had an old fire truck park there, and they also had basketball courts. We had, 3 or 4 NBA players that actually played on those basketball courts. But that whole area was pulled out because of lead and some of the items that were found. Now, we don't know if that was lead from the plant, some of the tailings that were put in from the gray iron foundry that General Motors ran that was used to build up that area. There's some speculation that it was both that as well as the leaded gasoline that we had to use. But some people were able to sue, and that area was eventually vacated by GM. They pulled the lease back, and that went away. So when I'm hearing that you have lead gasoline there, that's another issue that we have.
All race fuel with a higher octane contains a small amount of lead.
Yes, you need it for the
and as far as, Commissioner, as far as the noise, I mean, the electric cars, it's self-explanatory. The noise doesn't exist. Traffic, we will probably comment on that and address it. The existing complaints about the noise, 99% of the vehicles that come to M1 comply with the city ordinance as far as the required decimal. Once in a while, you're going to have one person that decides to be different than everybody else and tweak his vehicle, totally outside the parameters, and those are the ones that cause the trouble for us, And we are working on controlling that.
That would be excellent.
Yeah,
to bring forward those types of plans, proactive types of planning for both the traffic and the noise would be excellent. And if there's anything that can be incorporated in your site plan here that would speak to those issues, that would be highly appreciated. Because I tell you, that neighborhood to the south and to the west, they have gotten the devil beat out of them by that noise that's coming out of M1. Really? And that we were originally told was going to be controlled. Yeah. I think it was your firm, wasn't it?
I will definitely address it in the next meeting with our management team, definitely. Okay. That's not, without a question, we will. I didn't know it is that big of a problem.
Oh, it is, it is,
But we will
it
definitely
is. And I think if you were to talk to our city council representative, Rutherford, I think she's up on it. And I think Mr. McGinnis has heard some of the complaints too, but he's not in our.
Yeah, I know in some events we took the initiative of actually measuring the decibels while the track is running. And like I said, 99.9, they all meet the requirement. That one person that decides to modify his vehicle and show off to everybody, that's the one that is. And we usually stop them, and there's a protocol in place to remove that vehicle from the track.
And now, again, I think the city did measure, and this would have been away from the track, certainly outside of the property line, where they did measure a violation. And I think they've discussed that with the management of M1. But
And to be honest,
that brought to mind, how does sound travel and how does it go? And is there something
These
that can be done
vehicles,
to?
they're not even old vehicles. They are Corvettes, brand new Corvettes.
Yes.
That they do not meet the standard, like the minimum requirement or the maximum requirement. So sometimes it's hard to spot them, until they go on the track.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Again, fantastic development at that area. But there are those issues that the neighborhood, I would be remiss if I didn't bring that forward, that these are real concerns from that neighborhood about M1.
Thank you.
Okay, any other concerns, questions? Thank you again. I know this has been a very long meeting. Thank you for your patience. Okay, with that, we'll move into public comment. Oh, excuse me, did you have anything further? Okay. We'll move into public comment. Do we have any? Seeing no one in the. Okay. Next, we'll move on then to staff communications.
If I may, I've got a few things. First off, I just want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, or whatever you celebrate. It has been a busy year with Planning Commission. I think we've had 15 meetings, and we've had a lot of applications, and I hopefully will have staff for our January meeting. But, and a lot of what we're doing this year is to set up for future development. I just want to thank you for how engaged and active you guys have been. You're keeping us busy, applicants are keeping us busy, but we're trying to move this city forward. We're trying to move this city forward. So I want to just highlight a few things. City Council, since the last Planning Commission meeting, approved the zoning map. It is up online right now. Mr. Henley, we've addressed some of your concerns. We haven't gone to everything yet, but there is a link on there. And then if you're looking at your zoning district, say it's C3, on the pop-up, you can actually hit view and it goes right to the development standards for C3 or R1. So I would say that this is a great tool and we want people to use it. So as you're talking to residents and home builders, please take a look at that. Also, the residential infill overlay district did not pass city council. It was 3-3. Right now it's on a pause. We are reconsidering it, maybe with some changes, but at this time, there's no updates or no plans to go forward, so.
What were the primary concerns at city council level?
I think there was some concern about rentals and outside developers, so. But the staff has was working with administration, and we're gonna see if there's a path forward, so.
Mark?
Yes?
Point of privilege, I'm sorry. I think it would be helpful to show representationally in the proposed overlay districts, existing homes and their current square footage.
We already have that planned.
I figured you were on it.
I appreciate the suggestion, though, yeah.
Regarding that, thanks.
Yep.
But I think that the planning manager described it well. There were 3 that voted in favor. I was one of them, 3 that opposed. So due to it not reaching a majority, it failed. But that there seemed to be great concern that we want to encourage greater home ownership. So since it was described that there was one speculative developer who wanted to buy get this option from Oakland County of their surplus land, and they were planning to make them rentals. It didn't give city council a good peace of mind that it's going to substantially advance the initiatives that we want to provide, greater variety in housing, but we want to provide greater, options when it comes to home ownership and make sure that residents have the opportunity. So that information caused a great deal of concern. So it was more so wanting to allow more opportunity to find out what's the better way to strengthen it and make sure that it advances the goals that the Planning Commission and the City Council wants to be able to provide for those target areas in our city. So that's the takeaway that I took. There could have been others that weren't voiced, but those are the ones that were verbalized.
If I may, I sat through the meeting, not last Tuesday, but Tuesday before, the Thursday meeting, where there was a discussion about a major bond initiative to repair the roads. And one, I thought it was good that that's being brought up, the item that our roads are in horrible shape, that they need to be repaired, and money is going to have to be put forward. I heard a number of comments saying, well, who, what, where, when, and why. And as I sat there, I said, well, I think it may be that we're lacking an overall objective, like a combination of an economic plan and a master plan to allow us to talk about where individual items fit in our step toward some express goal. So again, I say, this really says that, one, we need to revive our master plan, which I know everyone's working on diligently, as well as our economic plan, because I think the two should overlay on each other so that our residents and anyone participating in this has a vision of where we're trying to go. And I think a lot of things, such as smaller housing, such as repairing the roads, some of the other items that are going to come forward to us, I think might become a little clearer how that fits in with everything else.
Another update on City Council, temporary use mobile food trucks, they've had first reading. We are taking a step back. That is still moving forward, but we anticipate in January. There may be some small changes, but it's my understanding at this point that it's really minute and does not need to come back to Planning Commission, but you should see that go forward. A lot of it is we've had some discussions with the small business and mobile food vendor community. I wouldn't say that we've gotten a breadth of talking to all of them, but we've talked to some of them just so that are aware of it, just so they can get an understanding. And so far, we're still looking for feedback from some of them, but there has been some support. So I want to talk about January. We've got a full agenda again. We're going to try. So the 4 items tonight are at this time tentatively slated for next month. In addition, we have a rezoning for the Racer property at Montcalm. I'm sorry, let me back up. A Racer property at Kennett Road and Baldwin. I don't know the exact acreage. I want to say it's 10, might be a little more than 10 acres. But this is the former parking lot that was supplementary to GM. This is a rezoning to C3. There's not a proposal for this. This is helping them market the property. This is at 2 thoroughfares, so staff is definitely interested in seeing this developed in the future. But there is residential areas nearby. The marijuana ordinance from the spring has passed. We have put a pause on the zoning amendment that this board has heard twice. We are actually going to, and sorry to say this, but we're actually going to bring it back a third time. It will actually be consolidated, and we're doing this for legal and mitigation reasons. And so we will hope to make that quick. I'm sure by this point, I think you guys have this stuff memorized. So, and then the last thing is we have received an application for Lighthouse's other property at 454 Auburn. I would expect to hear that in an informational session in January. The architectural definitely has a theme that is similar to this campus, but it's nice to see this at 5 stories. And I'm looking, the pictures look great. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like in real life. So I want to bring up just a few other quick updates. I know this isn't a matter for Planning Commission, but the ZBA is hearing a variance case on 404 Highland on Monday, December 18th. It is about an accessory structure size. There's a normal variance for setback, but there's an accessory structure size. But I will share with Planning Commission because I think it involves, while it's formally a variance and not an interpretation, it is interpretation of the code. So I'll share that with you. And then the Historic District Commission is reviewing. They had a tour on Saturday. There's a case next week that a developer is looking to redevelop Casa del Rey, which is a 111 Oneida, which is between Huron and Orchard Lake. That is in the HDC's wheelhouse right now. Now, there may be a site plan required that makes it go to Planning Commission, but we should see. The applicant is required to find parking, and they're working on that. That may or may not have to come back to Planning Commission. But the development project as a whole, what they're proposing, we're very excited about at staff level, and we hope this continues to move forward. Lastly, I just wanted to update on just strategic items. Master plan, I have really a final draft RFP. I'm waiting for some internal approvals before we send that out. Hopefully soon. I don't have a timeline on that, but hopefully very soon. And then Deborah Younger is leading the effort for the city as economic development manager on a housing plan. And that is, we are in the process this week of selecting, like actually awarding, selecting the awardee. That would have to be approved by city council. But the housing plan would start right before the master plan, but these would be going concurrently. What's nice is that it really focuses the conversations on two different, potentially consultants, two different aspects, but they're going to relate with each other. And it also saves the city some time and resources because we're using a lot of the same demographic information as we go through that. And I know as part of the housing plan, there's a public engagement piece that is incorporated into this consultant bid. So, we look forward to sharing that when these public outreach meetings come about, and we'll share that with the public and all of planning commissions. So with that, if you have any questions for me, let me know. It has been a long night. It has been a busy year, but we thank you guys very much. So,
Should I entertain a motion to adjourn? Or have we already, well, wait a minute, have we lost the quorum? We've got
No, we
one, two,
got
three,
four.
four, yeah, okay.
I have
Need a
two
motion to
questions.
adjourn.
I have two questions.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, guys. I just want to get this out of the way. Two questions. One, what are the requirements of a strip mall to provide lighting at night specifically? Two, when these developments come before us, what is the process of notifying the city council member? I mean, city council representative, rather. I'm just wondering where the connection is. I mean, are they specifically notified, listen, this is in your district, this is coming before the planning commission, or do they just get it when it comes to the agenda? I mean, many city council members are engaged. Maybe they miss it. I don't know. Where's the link there?
I think that's probably best for me to answer as best I can. There is no mandated formula. I try as best as possible to provide that courtesy heads up as soon as it hits my radar. So through our subcommittee of economic development, housing and planning, 3 of the 7 city council members sit on that. And that's the primary subcommittee once a month that kind of hears things that map what we're handling. But if the mayor or a staff member is sharing, so for example, that Richard Avenue that we saw tonight, that's in District 4. So as soon as I heard about that on Monday morning, I asked the mayor, or I can't think it was the mayor, I asked that, oh, it was you. So I asked the planning manager, please as a courtesy, flag that for Councilwoman James, so that way she's aware of something new that's in her neck of the woods. If I have extra time, I'll try and add another layer of take all this and then just either give a summary update, but then I'll also be updating all of this on this coming Tuesday night city council meeting because we give monthly oral updates on the subcommittees. So essentially the planning commission's docket is what I'll be amplifying as the subcommittee chair for economic development, housing and planning. But those are the primary ways. I think we've done a good job of trying to, but because there's so many, I'm sure inevitably there's been an instance where it's been presumed that a city council member might be fully updated and they feel a little, taken off guard or, didn't hit their radar. So if you want to share with me offline other sort of specific questions or instances, I'm happy to share or run my brain to make sure that I did that. And I don't know that it's necessarily my job. I just know it's something I'd want. Like if somebody else knew it and it was coming in to District 7, I'd want to know. So.
I didn't have a specific project
Okay.
in mind. It was just a general question.
So, and if I could add, as part of the process here at the city, there is an Housing, Economic Development, and Planning, if I have it in the right order, subcommittee.
No, but it's all good.
Yeah, that meets the first Monday of every month. So that is currently chaired by Planning Commission Councilmember McGinnis. It is also has Councilwoman Rutherford and Councilmember Nicholson, thank you. And so they're getting not only updates, but they're actually getting an agenda, and they see everything the Planning Commission, HDC has done and everything that's coming up. Now, sometimes, we are only projecting out 2-3 weeks, just depending on when submittal deadlines are. We're doing our best, but really that subcommittee is a representative of City Council as a whole to know that, those blind things don't come up, and they know ahead of time as an important part of that process.
When we started, essentially the Planning Commission's minutes and packet was shared with city council members. So it was kind of like independent study, take it upon yourself to, ferret out to see. So we've made it a lot more accessible and, sort of direct. We try to hit it on multiple levels because so many of these decisions will ultimately go up. And that's part of the reason why I think the mayor wanted me to be the one elected official to be that sort of liaison and bridge to help communicate that, to help offer what was the rationale that the Planning Commission heard when they went into more detail.
And our lighting requirements do not have minimum lighting requirements at the moment. So we can definitely encourage shopping centers to fix their lighting, but I think from staff's perspective on our short list is actually revising our lighting requirements. And
Wow.
I think we have maximum, and I would say that we are fighting a recent fight. Like I'm actually talking to code enforcement next week because lighting is not something that they've been trained. So this is more of like a junior level code enforcement, in the freshman, sophomore, junior. I mean, sharing with them what our requirements are. Unfortunately for them, they're working during the day a lot of times. They may not see, but they've got to start looking for lights because we've got to balance safety, which is definitely a concern for many different land uses in the city. But we also have to protect neighboring residential owners, and we have some nuisance issues going on right now. And I feel like we've got enough legwork to stand on that. But I think it's making sure that we're setting the expectation that everyone knows that because we do have some particularly commercial land uses that are being excessive of lights. There was one on Elizabeth Lake that I was mentioned by several people that they have now removed the lights. Now I'm encouraging them to talk to us about putting proper lighting up, additional lighting up just for their needs. But in order for what they were doing, they decided to take them down to meet the city's requirement as opposed to getting cited. So.
This is along Huron between Genesee and Waldo. It is on the north side of Huron, and it's definitely a hazardous situation. This is where MDOT wants to put pedestrian refuge islands, and it's where people have gotten hit by cars. We've got twofold. We've got the Marathon Station that's brighter than Christmas tree bulb that I can see from my backyard, and then we've got this pitch dark area.
Yep. And believe it or not, you're going to be seeing a proposal of average dimin. I don't think we have it in max dimin because you'd be surprised that sometimes having too much lighting or too much focus of light can be just as dangerous as having no light. And so we want to change an narrative. We're working with a lot of great, the people that are coming in with these lighting plans are actually doing a really good job. I think it's just, we've got to work with some of these smaller users to make sure that they understand what the expectation is and really create a safe environment for their space, but also for neighboring properties as well. Okay.
Oh, you're good. And I do want to share somewhat related, but so the Planning Commission knows, at last night's City Council meeting, part of our meeting was the planning manager and one of the city attorneys doing a fundamentals of planning and zoning training, just making sure that city council members are cross-trained in the nuances, and it yielded a lot of really good discussion as it relates to the matters. To the item that you just raised about Huron and the potential Michigan Department of Transportation changes, that is currently slated to be on next Tuesday's city council meeting. You know, it's a state road, so there's some state authority that we might not be able to usurp, but they are, as a courtesy, saying what's council's, on behalf of the city, council's verdict on whether taking one of the 3 westbound lanes and making it a right turn lane-ish. They aren't necessarily giving us the authority on what it comes with the pedestrian islands, but they're related matters. So just want to let you know, it might not be voted on next week because we may, you know, if the state gives us the time, we may want to deliberate over multiple readings.
I'm going to take the privilege of the chair and say I am just elated with this council, this city commission that we have, the members, the expertise, the depth. Commissioner McGinnis, thank you for improving that communication between the commission and the city council. Thank you, Mr. Yandrick, Mr. Christensen, your area over there. You know, I've seen constant improvement with every meeting, and I think that's something we should always strive for, and I'm just elated to see happening. Any other comments? With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Got a second?
Sue Sinclair supported.
Okay. Thank you.